Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act.
Ms. Murray for Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Ms. McKenna, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that in relation to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, the House proposes that Amendment 1 be amended by replacing the text of the amendment with the following text. Sub 4, if an order is made under subsection sub 2, the minister shall publish in any manner that the minister considers appropriate a report, A, indicating the area of the sea designated in the order, B, résumant les consultations,
summarizing the consultations undertaken prior to making the order, and C, summarizing the information that the minister considered when making the order, which may include environmental, social, cultural, or economic information.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure today to speak about Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. This bill will help protect our marine and coastal areas and bring us closer to our 10% marine conservation target by the end of 2020. Before I get into the substance of the amendment in the bill, I would like to thank the sponsor of the bill in the other place. I know that it's because of her passion for protecting our marine and coastal areas that we are here today debating the bill before we can see it pass and in action providing interim protection to our oceans. While we commend the work of members of the other place and the important discussions that took place when this bill was under consideration in the other chamber, we are unable to support the amendments that were made at committee and subsequently passed. However, in debating our motion today, we are proposing an amendment that we believe captures the intent of the amendment from the other place. The proposed amendment will, in line with the amendment on geographical location, require that the geographical location of a proposed area for interim protection is published when an order is made, along with other information relevant and necessary to the order. Secondly, as we have maintained, the amendment on consultations by the member of the other place representing Nunavut is indeed already covered by existing legislation and regulations. That's why our amendment proposes to require that the consultations taken to establish the Interim Protection MPA be published upon an order being made. We have said repeatedly that consultations are required, so now the government will ensure that we show that the consultations took place for the Interim Protection MPA to be established in the first place.
Discussions in the other place looked at the importance of consultation and engagement, which will continue to be the foundation for establishing all MPAs now and in the future. Bill C-55 does not weaken our commitment to develop MPAs in collaboration with governments, partners, stakeholders, and the public. This bill does not take shortcuts in establishing MPAs, and it does not eliminate any steps. In fact, it provides new tools to make sure we are protecting more of our marine environment.
As you know, the purpose of the bill is to allow for the optional use of a new mechanism to provide interim protection to an ecologically sensitive marine area and freeze the footprint of activities in the area following initial science and consultations with our many partners and stakeholders. This freeze on ongoing activities would be in place for 5 years, during which additional science and consultations would continue as part of the process to establish a permanent marine protected area. The proposed ability to provide interim protection is a common sense approach that responds to the reality that during the 7 to 10 years it takes to establish an MPA, nothing is protected. With the new interim protection provision, some measure of protection would be provided in the spirit of the precautionary approach. The bill also modernizes enforcement powers, which brings the Act in line with other environmental legislation. These new powers are important for ensuring the effectiveness of our 13 current marine protected areas and meeting each of their conservation objectives. The discussion in the other place on amendments focused predominantly on 1, ensuring that communities most affected are part of the consultation process, and 2, fulfilling our duty to consult with Indigenous peoples as required under Section 35 of the Constitution.
I would like to assure members of this chamber that our government takes both of these requirements very seriously. Engagement, consultations, and consideration of socioeconomic information and traditional knowledge are fundamental cornerstones to establishing marine protected areas, and indeed for interim protection under this bill. I commend the members of the other place for their commitment to these issues and ensuring that their regions are well represented in the debate on C55.
55. We consult and collaborate with a wide range of governments and marine resource users, as well as other stakeholders, experts, and the public at various stages, including 1, at the outset, to select an area of interest, 2, when gathering information needed about the ecological importance of sensitive marine area, the socio-economic considerations related to the area, and any current or planned activities that may be of concern. 3, to identify initial boundaries and conservation objectives for an area based on the best available science, including traditional and local knowledge, and a risk analysis. We consult when developing a proposed regulatory approach and studying the benefits and costs of such an approach. 5, there is also a 30-day public comment period when the regulations are pre-published in Canada Gazette 1. We consult on an ongoing basis to provide input to the development of the management plan for an area. And of course, MPAs are collaboratively managed with local partners once designated. Furthermore, sections 29 to 33 of the current Oceans Act explicitly outline required consultations. As pointed out by the sponsor of the bill in the other place, based on an analysis by Professor Nigel Banks from the University of Calgary, the change proposed by the member of the other place representing Nunavut is a piecemeal amendment that is counter to the spirit and intent of the proposed interim protection provision, and will only serve to slow down a process where the objective is to do quite the opposite, to provide early protection to areas on an interim basis and following the precautionary approach. L'amendement.
Senator Patterson's amendment, and indeed his explanation, is based on the need to ensure that consultations take place. But as I previously stated, sections 29 to 33 under the Oceans Act already provide for this. And all legislation must respect section 35 of the Constitution.
Furthermore, an amendment put forth by the member for Nunavut, which is based on a request from Nunavut Tungavik Inc. and supported by Kikitani Inuit Association, was passed in the House Committee and ensures that all interim protection orders are consistent with existing land claim agreements. Therefore, I respectfully suggest that the amendment from the member of the other place is unnecessary. As Professor Banks stated, it would add requirements to establishing interim protections that are greater than what is required when establishing a permanent MPA, and would curtail the application of the precautionary approach. Professor Banks writes, since the amendment is only proposed to apply to the creation of MPAs by ministerial order, and not the process of creating an MPA by order in council and regulation, it will arguably be more difficult to use the ministerial order process than the MPA by regulation process. J'espère que les députés
I hope members will agree that this is neither logical nor consistent with the purpose of the bill. As the Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard, It is my view that we cannot continue to allow areas of ecological significance to go unprotected, and this bill helps to achieve that without shortchanging consultations with provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples, coastal communities, and stakeholders.
Many members will recall that in 2012, the Commissioner for the Environment and Sustainable Development commented on the slow pace of establishing marine protected areas in Canadian waters. The report stated, and I quote, "During the 20 years since Canada ratified the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, 10 federal MPAs have been established by Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Parks Canada as part of their marine protected area programs. Federal, provincial, and territorial governments and non-governmental organizations are collectively protecting about 1% of Canada's oceans and Great Lakes through MPAs. At the current rate of progress, it will take many decades for Canada to establish a fully functioning MPA network and achieve the target established in 2010 under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity to conserve 10% of marine areas." It's worth noting that we've come a long way over the past 4 years since our government took office in that we've increased our marine protected and coastal areas from less than 1% to over 8%. Mais le processus reste long.
But the process continues to remain long and comprehensive. It still takes years to establish an MPA. But under Bill C-55, we have an opportunity to provide early protection for sensitive and ecologically significant areas that support the health of our oceans and the coastal communities which depend on them.
The report by the Commissioner for the Environment and Sustainable Development also identified factors that affected the rate of progress in creating MPAs, including prolonged jurisdictional negotiations, including unresolved land claims, poor understanding by Canadians of the environmental and socio-economic benefits of MPAs, delays in the approval process, lengthy legislative and regulatory processes, and the competing interests of stakeholders. In terms of the latter point, I will refer to a letter submitted by the QIA, which represents over 15,000 Inuit, regarding the need to ensure that the interim designation process respects the rights of Inuit. The letter expresses QIA's opposition to Senator Patterson's amendment. President Agiakok writes, "The further proposed amendment under consideration would require the minister to hold additional public comment and consultation period before issuing an interim MPA order. We are concerned that this proposed amendment risks undermining the actualization of Inuit rights by conflating the requirement to uphold the rights of Inuit with a broader engagement with the interests of stakeholders. The current version of Bill C-55 sets out the appropriate hierarchy. Therefore, the addition of the amendment would further complicate and prolong a process that not only already has the necessary consultation requirements in place, but is meant to expedite protection of our marine areas." Close quote. West Coast Environmental Law also spoke out against the amendment in their letter dated March 20th, 2019. They state, "The proposed amendment would require the minister to hold a public comment and consultation period before issuing an interim MPA order. We are concerned that this proposed amendment is redundant and, at worst, risks defeating the purpose of the interim MPA order."
Their letter also emphasizes that Aboriginal rights and Indigenous interests are indeed protected by the government's constitutional obligations and the Oceans Act. As I mentioned earlier, I believe this amendment represents a piecemeal effort to improving consultations, and rather than adding value to the process, is redundant and only serves one single section of the bill.
Professor Banks puts it, "The result of this amendment, if adopted, will be to create a standalone set of consultation provisions with respect to a single section and a single power within the statute. This is not a logical approach to address and improve the standard of consultation, nor an approach that will provide certainty with respect to consultation. It will simply beg more questions than it answers with respect to issues such as what the rules are or should be with respect to other powers within this same statute. I would also like to speak to the redundancy, the amendment regarding the requirement to post the approximate geographical location of a proposed protected area on the DFO website and make a preliminary assessment of any habitat or species in that area before making an order for interim protection. Let me explain some of the reasons why this is redundant. Nous répondons déjà à
We already meet the requirements to clearly identify and provide information on the proposed boundaries for an area to be protected, as well as details on the area's important ecological features such as its habitat and species, as outlined in the Statutory Instruments Act and the Cabinet Directive on Regulations.
Madam Speaker, marine protected areas are a globally and scientifically proven way to protect marine biodiversity and preserve special marine features. They also help restore our natural capital for the benefit of future generations, supporting the long-term sustainable use of our marine resources and the economic benefits this protection provides. This, in turn, has a direct and positive impact on coastal communities which rely on healthy oceans. In short, marine conservation is an essential and integral part of long-term economic planning and helps us better prepare for the impacts of climate change. But all of this is a moot point if we don't have the right mechanisms in place to establish marine protected areas in a more timely fashion, both when and where it's needed. It's simply not acceptable to wait 7 to 10 years to protect ecologically sensitive areas in our ocean. Climate change, global warming, and ocean acidification mean that time is no longer on our side, which is why our government has gone to great lengths and held extensive consultations to amend the Oceans Act. I submit that the two amendments put forward by the other place, while right in their intent, will actually hinder the work that needs to be done to protect our marine and coastal areas. Par conséquent, nous
As such, we respectfully reject the amendment by the Senate and propose that an amendment that we believe fulfills the intent of the Senate amendment is accepted. This will help us protect our oceans in a more timely manner while we continue to consult with Canadians, apply the precautionary approach, and make scientifically informed decisions.
We can move forward with these important measures that are designed to protect our oceans and coasts for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. Now, it's no surprise to me that the Liberal government is not going to accept any of the amendments really from the Senate, because this is how it always goes, and I'm not sure why then we delay bills by a year, sending them over to the other place when we're always going to not accept their amendments. It seems like a waste of time. So really what I want to talk about is the part of this legislation that gives the government powers to declare areas of interest. We have in the Sarnia-Lambton area a number of areas of interest that we've made huge progress in cleaning up, and they've got blue flag status back for the waters, etc. But under this government, they've consolidated us with the Niagara region and cut the funding so that we're basically stalled out in terms of the progress. So why does the member think this bill is going to be good when the government can, without any evidence whatsoever, create new areas of interest when they're not addressing the ones that exist already?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of parts to that question. First of all, the amendments that were brought forth by the Senate were clearly well-intentioned And the result of those amendments is that the government is proposing an amendment that is consistent with the spirit of the Senate. So the slur against the Senate that they're constantly bypassed by this government isn't a fair one. With respect to areas of interest and the identification of areas of interest, these are the subject of a rigorous process, a science and evidence-based process. Once an area of interest is identified, there is extensive opportunity for consultation before any step is taken subsequent to that. So the indication that this is somehow arbitrary and immediate really is disingenuous.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, I want to put on the record that I will be voting for C-55, the Oceans Act, as it comes back to this place. And this is my only, probably, opportunity to say something I've been wanting to say for a while, which is we owe so much to the former Minister of Fisheries, the Member of Parliament from Beausejour. He worked so hard to fix the Fisheries Act, Bill C-68, which I hope gets back to this place soon so that we can pass it. I hope it passes in the Senate unamended. We need Bill C-68 as quickly as possible. We need Bill C-55. Constituents have contacted me saying, please vote for the Oceans Act, and I will. But I wanted to take a moment in the House to extend my best wishes and constant prayers for my friend, the Member of Parliament from Beausejour, the current Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs. Thank him for his work, and also thank the current Minister of Fisheries. This is important legislation, and I'm really pleased to see it have full support from the government in this place.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable comment for that, my honourable colleague for that very classy comment. We too are very grateful to have someone of the calibre of the member from Beausejour in our caucus, and are fully aware of the substantial contributions he has made while serving as Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard. We share the anticipation of the honourable member with respect to the return of Bill C-68 to the House and the speedy passage of Bill C-55, and are grateful for her support in this regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his speech and showing how the government's working with the Senate to enact amendments that are within the spirit of that. But I was wondering if he could expand on what his constituents are discussing. Being from Prince Edward Island, clearly his constituents have a great stake in the protection of our oceans, and I was wondering if he could talk about what he's hearing back home.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. Canadians in general, and Prince Edward Islanders in particular, care about the health of our oceans. They care about biodiversity. They care about conservation. Any and all measures we take to be a responsible international partner with respect to marine protected areas and marine conservation targets are well received by a place like Prince Edward Island, where our very livelihood, our social fabric is inextricably intertwined with the health of our oceans. So this is important to Prince Edward Islanders, as it is to so many in coastal communities. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Long.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to commend my colleague for his speech. I'm not a specialist on these issues, but I am very worried about the effects of climate warming. I'd like him to explain how can it be conceivable that there is oil extraction in marine areas. Could you see people drilling for oil in a national park? But we're talking about asking Alberta to sort of ease off on its production and make it less polluting. But something like this which goes even farther, drilling in an ocean. Where are we talking about this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. As the Honourable Member knows, there was a group that made recommendations that would designate marine protected areas. These are zones where there is development, but there will be targets that will be internationally recognized for these protected areas. So it's something we take seriously. It's very important that we have a sound, strong economy and a healthy, clean environment. And these two things can be balanced, and that is so important to our government, that it be recognized in rules and standards that have been established for marine protected areas.
And Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention today on the Senate amendments. But the Parliamentary Secretary stated the bill does not take shortcuts. That is absolutely categorically not true. We've seen this. I've sat in on the Standing Committee for Fisheries and Oceans since the beginning of this Parliament, and in fact, before Bill C-55 was brought to the House, I put forward a motion in that committee that we study the process of establishment of MPAs in Canada to make sure that the process was open, accountable, and effective. This bill will take shortcuts. It enables the minister, without consultation, to establish areas of interest, not marine protected areas, but areas of interest that will allow the minister to absolutely shut down these areas for any activity other than what may have been taking place in the last 12 months, without any consultation, without any accountability whatsoever. I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to explain how that isn't a shortcut.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Act sets out in significant detail the consultations that are required at every single step of the process. Under existing Oceans Act MPAs, there is no protection until there is full protection. The measures that are contained in the bill before the House, in the amendment before the House, set out the process for consultation to ensure that there is interim protection during that 5 to 7 years before a full MPA becomes established. So this isn't a shortcut. This is something that is done in the interest of conservation and in the interest of biodiversity and in full partnership with all stakeholders.
Reprise le débat.
Resuming debate.
Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to speak to these proposed amendments from the Senate and actually the amendment to the amendment from the House or from the government on these Senate amendments. Madam Speaker, I believe all Canadians, myself included, want to see protection for the special areas and species we have in our marine systems. Special features like seamounts, hydrothermal vents, deep sea gorges, and the creatures and species that live in those special places. They hold incredible examples of sea life, some of which I've seen life-size replications at the Bedford Institute of Oceanography in Nova Scotia. Some of those species and replicas are so bizarre, unbelievable looking. They look like they're creatures out of a horror movie, but they live in some of the deep sea gorges off our maritime coasts. Those are certainly aspects that we need to consider protecting. But there are other aspects of this bill that have been equally or more concerning, and that is our coastal communities. Our country has been built on our fisheries. The cod fisheries off of Newfoundland certainly helped establish that great area of the country, and then became a part of this greater country in 1949. Fisheries on our west coast helped build the province of British Columbia into the strong province it is today and continue to still be a strong part of the economies there. What we've heard continuously over the past number of months since this government came into power was concern from local communities, not just the fishermen in those communities, but the businesses, the people, the schools, and the churches that all rely on the livelihoods of the people that make their living off the sea. We've seen protests in front of the minister's constituency office in the past week, concerned about fisheries closures on the west coast. We've seen protests on the east coast when the minister visited there, concerned from lobster fishermen that they were going to be shut out of areas there due to marine protected areas. We've seen concern from coast to coast to coast from these communities. One of the areas that we didn't see that kind of protest and concern was in the north. And there was a reason for that, Madam Speaker. The reason for that was because the marine protected areas there were proposed by the local communities, the local indigenous peoples, the local Inuit. They recognized the special features of the areas and the special cultural activities that took place in those areas. We actually had the opportunity, an incredible opportunity, as members of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, to do a study on the implementation process for marine protected areas in Canada. I put forward that motion in 2016, that the committee study the process to make sure that it was efficient, equitable, and considered all of the processes in place and possibly being put in place to establish marine protected areas in Canada. I put forward that motion long before the government introduced Bill C-55. That particular study was actually had to be set aside while we did the committee work on the study of Bill C-55. We integrated a lot of the testimony we heard on both parts, both on the study put forward at committee and the committee study of Bill C-55. What we saw in those processes was the absolute importance of consultation in the process. And that is the main thrust of the Senate amendments that have been put forward here that I see being watered down by this government amendment to the Senate amendments. The Senate took a look at this bill as well and said there needs to be accountability. There needs to be openness and transparency. And that is one place where this government certainly seems to be lacking. They have a record of that over the past 3.5 years. Lack of accountability and lack of transparency. That is very evident. It's becoming very clear to the Canadian public. Bill C-55 was put forward, I think, with great intentions. It was meant to help this government achieve targets that were set by the previous Conservative government to achieve 10% protection of our marine protected areas by 2020. We're getting very close to that, Madam Speaker, but it's because of the great work and the unequivocal consultation process that was taking place. Yes, sometimes it took 5 to 7, maybe 10 years to establish a marine protected area. But the ones that have been put in place have been approved by the local communities, accepted by the local communities, for reasons that the local communities saw were important. And in fact, the ones that I talked about in the north, what the local communities up there saw as most important was to try and keep the outside world out of their cultural practices, the way that they actually need to harvest beluga whales to maintain their way of life. It was interesting talking to one of the chiefs up there. He does a lot of travel, not a lot of travel, representing his community, an incredibly amazing fellow. But he talked about when he comes down to southern parts of Canada on consultation meetings or meetings with government, and he has to move away from his traditional diet there of muktuk, of whale and seal. He said he can have 3 hamburgers for dinner and still feel hungry. And it's not until he gets back home and has a feed of muktuk that he actually feels full and satisfied again. That part of their life is so important up there. So that's why they put forward the creation of the MPAs in the Tuktoyaktuk, Powhatan areas of the North Arctic coasts. They saw the values. Government agreed with those values, went through a strong consultation process of including those communities in what should be the criteria, what should be the area to be protected, and what the results for the local community would be as far as activities, what harvests were allowed in those areas. Those are examples of what were taking place under the previous rules and the previous government. Strong consultation, strong input, strong collaboration with the local communities. Again, I want to go back to the mention of the protests we've heard. On the travel that we did as the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, we actually traveled all coasts of this great country. We started off on the East Coast, in the Maritimes. We traveled to Newfoundland. We traveled to Nova Scotia. We traveled to New Brunswick. We talked to the people on the ground. They were all concerned for their communities, not because of closures, but because of how the closures might be done. They wanted input. They know the local features, the local values of what is important. After we'd finished touring the Maritimes, we actually toured the West Coast and the North. And we talked to fishermen on the West Coast. Again, they wanted input. There was talk of closures of areas off the Pacific coast. One area that was referred to locally as the Kitchen. It was referred to as the Kitchen because that was where the local fishermen went to catch the greatest portion of their total allowable catch for halibut, because the halibut were there in such high numbers that they could go out safely in good weather, catch their quotas, and come back. That area has been fished continuously for decades. Highly productive, highly sustainable, and yet it was being considered, they figured, as a marine protected areas, which would have meant, rather than going out for just a short time in a highly productive area, they would have had to travel further distances to unknown territories where the catch was uncertain, possibly spend more days out there through more inclement weather, putting their crews, their boats, their livelihoods, and their lives at risk because they hadn't been consulted. That is a continuous testimony that we heard time and time again, both in the study that I put forward at the Standing Committee on Fisheries and on this committee's study on Bill C-55. Again, Madam Speaker, I think all Canadians want to see the special areas protected, but they want to have some input on what those special areas are, how they're protected, but they also want to know what's being protected. And that was part of what was in the Senate amendment, that the areas and the habitat and species that were in those draft areas or the proposed areas be identified before the closures were put in place. And going back to the way Bill C-55 is worded with areas of interest, certainly the parliamentary secretary talked about MPAs would still have the full consultation process in place, but areas of interest wouldn't. The full consultation process only happens after those areas of interest are established. Areas of interest also include closures and restrictions, whether it's shipping restrictions, whether it's fishing restrictions, whether it's boating restrictions, bottom use, oil and gas exploration and development. All of those restrictions can be in place almost instantly with an area of interest designation. So for the parliamentary secretary to say that there's no shortcuts being taken with Bill C-55 is absolutely preposterous. The weeks, months, and sometimes years of time required to make sure that the multiple, complex, and intricately connected pieces of MPA puzzles are put together properly is so important. It's not something that can be rushed just so we can meet an international goal to be in the spotlight on the international stage. Canada has led the way in this in many ways. As I said, we've already reached the 10%, or almost reached the 10% target. We reached the 5% by 2017 quite comfortably by identifying other protective measures that come into place that actually protect the features of an area. Rockfish closures off the coast of BC. Those rockfish closures were put in place long ago because they were recognized as special spawning and rearing habitat for the core values of those populations. By allowing those rockfish closure areas to be established and reduce the amount of harvest in those key productive areas, the spill-off from those areas goes into many other areas of the ocean around the area, allowing the other fisheries to continue outside of those local areas. Those are the types of things that really work. But what we've seen from this government is empty consultation time and time and time again. Last year we saw examples of how they had consulted for weeks and months, I believe, on the snow crab closures off the maritime coast, off the Atlantic coast. Established a process working with the crab fishermen to determine when the openings would take place, all in the aspect of protecting the right whale entanglements that had taken place. And nobody wants to see any of those deaths occurring from fishing ropes, from equipment that's in the water. So those measures were strongly valued and respected. But it was because consultation took place. But at the same time, lobster fishermen hadn't been consulted. They had closures, bang, slapped on them, no notice. Basically, they were ready to go out in the water, set their traps, and they were told, no, there's closures. So they were frustrated by the lack of consultation by this government, by the fisheries ministers, and by his staff. Recently, as last year, we saw fisheries closures on the west coast to protect the southern resident killer whales. That's something we all, I think, value and see the world value in protecting that population of southern resident killer whales. There was strong consultation supposedly taking place between the fishing communities on south coast of BC, on Vancouver Island, input being supposedly received by the department staff on where the proposed closures should be, on what time frame those closures should be, on the type of gear restrictions. All of that process seemed to be working. And then when the fishing season was upon us, lo and behold, fisheries minister announces totally different closures, totally different boundaries, focusing fishing pressure in a small area. Rather than spreading out the fishermen and their access over a slightly larger area that had been proposed by the fishermen, all of a sudden everyone was constrained into a very tight area. All of the fish were coming past that very tight area. And in fact, I had the opportunity to be out there and experience this. And the person I went out with said that it was lucky that we were there after a long weekend. When we were there were about 25 or 30 boats all hemmed up against an invisible line in the ocean drawn by the fisheries minister that said, no, we have to draw a line here to protect this area north of that. So there the boats were side by side by side by side, all crammed into one short area rather than being dispersed throughout a much broader area. But that was 25 or 30 boats on that one day. Apparently on the long weekend prior to that, there were 200 boats in that same area. I can't imagine the impact that that type of concentrated pressure would have. And I've seen that in my history, in my work with Fish and Wildlife Management. I've seen fishing and hunting pressure, shortened seasons, condensed pressure into shorter and shorter time periods, where instead of dispersing it over wider areas, it's been concentrated into a very short time frame, making it the harvest even that much higher because the concentration for that short period of time is so intense that it's just not workable. We don't want to see that with marine protected areas just to meet a target number for area, for coverage that needs to be covered, to meet international, not necessarily Canadian standards. But again, as I mentioned, this government seems to be in a rush, a big rush, to meet the spotlight on the world stage by meeting these targets by a set deadline, rather than doing it through a consultative, a considerative way with the local communities that desire to meet those standards. The cases of conservation that I've talked about, of compression of seasons, the compression of areas in the intense pressure, simply aren't good for fisheries management, for wildlife management, or for protection of our areas. I want to get back to why the Senate put these motions, or put this amendment back to the House. I credit the Senate for taking the time to study this, to see the potential risks that were there, and to actually try and hold this government to accountability standards that the parliamentary secretary seemed to claim as being redundant. Well, redundant isn't necessarily a bad thing, Madam Speaker. Redundancy can actually be a good thing. We see it in safety mechanisms all over the world. That redundancy means accountability and safety. Safety for our communities that rely on our fisheries and access to the oceans. Safety for shipping lanes that may need to go through or near an area. It means safety on the future economy for the country. Madam Speaker, I just can't let this government go sliding through with this amendment that they want to put forward and really water down the Senate amendment. There was a series of recommendations out of the parliamentary study that I put forward at the Fisheries Committee, and they went on. The number one recommendation was that when identifying new areas of interest for marine protected areas, the Government of Canada evaluate net economic and social values, responsibilities, including the cost of patrol and enforcement in Canada, particularly in remote marine areas. While some of this is in the bill, Madam Speaker, very much of it is left to regulation that will come out of the bill. We had big concerns with how some of these marine protected areas are going to be controlled or patrolled. That was another part of the consultation process we heard in the communities. The communities felt that often the fishermen or local guardians might be best suited to actually do the patrols and the enforcement of those areas. Local lobster fishermen, crab fishermen might be best able to identify that boat doesn't belong out there. Why is it there? And be the reporting mechanism for that so that they could move it forward to the proper authorities for investigation and possibly enforcement. Recommendation 2 of the report was that areas of interest and marine protected areas not be considered in isolation from sustainable fisheries management practices. And that really gets back to the rockfish closure areas that I was referring to on the West Coast. Those rockfish closures have also actually been considered as other protective measures to increase the actual square kilometers, the square miles of protected areas that are considered protected under the target of 5 and 10%. Recommendation 3 was that the Government of Canada acknowledge any negative impacts on the people who are directly dependent on the resources of a marine protected area, and the Minister use his or her discretionary powers to consider providing offsetting measures in consultation with the fishing industry where loss or harm is proven. Again, the strong consultation piece is what's measured here. The consultation piece is really what's missing out of Bill C-55 that the Senate is trying to put back in through their Senate amendments. Because of that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be suggesting that we oppose the government's amendment and actually approve the Senate amendment, because the Senate amendment will hold much more accountability on this government. Recommendation 4 from the Standing Committee's report was that the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, Canadian Coast Guard table an annual report to Parliament that includes the following: a list of Ocean Act marine protected areas designated over the past year, information on whether or not each established marine protected area is meeting its conservation targets and objectives. That has been one area that we've consistently seen this minister's department fail time and time again. The Commissioner on the Environment and Sustainable Development has issued a couple of reports over the past year and a half, very damning reports against this fisheries minister's department. One came out last fall, I believe it was, showing that there is a very low level of accountability within the department. In fact, one of the things that in a previous report dating back over a year from the Commissioner was that when the department was audited regarding establishing the fisheries management, integrated fisheries management plans for 155 major fish stocks in Canada, the department committed to that in 1995. In 2005, the department, 10 years later, recommitted to developing those integrated fisheries management plans. The report that came out, I believe in 2016, another 10 years after the second commitment, or 20 years after the first commitment, it was still identified that the department had not completed a large number or updated a large number of those integrated fisheries management plans. This is simply to develop integrated fisheries management plans for 155 fish stocks in Canada. The government's response, or the department's response to that audit, showing that they had failed time and time again, was that we will now develop a plan to develop those plans. Absolutely unbelievable, Madam Speaker. A department that failed to develop a plan, so now they'll failed to develop a plan after committing to it twice, so now they'll commit to developing a plan to develop those plans. That's the type of unbelievable accountability that's been happening under this fisheries minister, under this government, time and time again. Madam Speaker, I see we're getting close to question period. A couple minutes to go, or time, Speaker, until question period. Have we got a couple minutes? 2 minutes?
The honourable member will have time after question period to continue. Statements by members. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the flood crisis is far from being over. Water levels are rising again in Mansfield, Fort Collonges, Waltham, Campbell's Bay, Île aux Allumettes, Pontiac, Bristol, and the list goes on. The situation has become critical in some areas where water levels are expected to reach 10 inches higher than last week. So in preparation for the next flood, Canadian Armed Forces members are going to Pontiac West, and we appreciate the support of our troops.
This disaster, who must once again leave their homes, rebuild their sandbag walls, and prepare for the worst. While the crisis isn't over, the issue of compensation is on everyone's mind. Our government has been proactive on this issue by granting $2.5 million to the Red Cross to help disaster victims, and by announcing yesterday that the government will provide early financial assistance via an advance payment to the provinces, and our government is committed to contributing financially to the cleaning up of affected areas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Madam Speaker, the Bobcaygeon and Area Chamber of Commerce recently held a Starlight Celebration Awards of Excellence Gala. The Chamber, which has been proudly serving Bobcaygeon, my hometown, and the surrounding area since 1977, understand that small business is the heartbeat of their community. I would like to congratulate all 36 award nominees and recipients, including Maureen Lytle of Kawartha Settlers Village for the Employee Achievement Award, Deborah Claire Camp of Kawartha Mediums, Zenden for the New Business Achievements, the Bobcaygeon Curling Club for the Not-for-Profit Award, Kawartha Settlers Village, the Tourism Achievement Award, Douglas and Son for Business Achievement, Shauna Love Lee of Studio 358 Creative Arts Achievement Award, and Shaukat Mohammed for Citizen of the Year Award. Finally, a special thank you to all the sponsors, staff, board of directors, President Donna Wood, and Office Manager Christine Whalen for organizing such a memorable evening.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On April 3rd, 1991, a resident of my riding passed away. His name was Mathieu Froment-Savoie, son of Ghislain and Pierrette. He was a very talented boy, but above all, he was brave and tenacious. Mathieu had an incurable cancer.
La vie n'est pas toujours...
Madam Speaker, our lives are not always easy, but we must persevere. That's what Mathieu did, and that's what his parents Ghislain and Pierrette continued to do after his death. La Maison Mathieu Froment-Savoie opened in 1999 to provide the highest standard of palliative care to people at the end of their lives. It focuses on the well-being of patients and their families by alleviating suffering with respectful, dignified, and compassionate care as they navigate this important stage of life. Mathieu, we will never forget you. Ghislain and Pierrette, who are with us today, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, in April I visited seniors' residences in my riding, and I want to thank the folks at Riversdale House, St. George's, Kiwanis Manor, King Edward Place, Harrylanda Court, Shepherd's Apartments, McNaughton Place, and McCaskill Manor for their warm hospitality and great conversations. I learned a lot. Unfortunately, the most common theme was the benefits received when you turn 65 don't cover your basic needs. Every day these folks are making tough decisions between enough food, never mind healthy food, and life-saving medications. And for the seniors living in affordable housing, any increase in their pension, like the cost of living increase in their guaranteed income supplement, or OAS, means their rent goes up. This Liberal government needs to better understand that their policies heralded as help for seniors living on low incomes aren't really helping make life more affordable. Seniors in my riding were very clear on what would make life affordable on a pension: universal free prescription drug coverage. Pharmacare is the help they need and want now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West, Nepean.
Madam Speaker, the last few weeks have been emotional and difficult for communities along the Ottawa River. 2 record-breaking floods have occurred now in 3 years in my riding of Ottawa West Nepean. The communities of Britannia, Belltown, Crystal Bay, Rocky Point, Lakeview, and many others have been battling historic rising water levels that are threatening our homes. In trying times like these, I was proud to witness the strength and power of people coming together to support our community. The thousands of volunteers who work tirelessly filling 1.5 million sandbags across the Ottawa-Gatineau region. To the community volunteers, the NGOs such as the Ottawa Volunteer Search and Rescue, the Salvation Army, and the Red Cross, the first responders, local businesses, and Canadian Army personnel in Operation Lentus, especially the 2nd Combat Engineering Regiment. On behalf of all of us in this chamber, we thank you for your hard work and dedication to our community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, as the Shadow Minister of Health, I'm pleased to celebrate National Nursing Week. The theme for 2019 is Nurses, a Voice to Lead, Health for All. This is appropriate given the leadership of over 421,000 nurses on the front lines of our healthcare system across Canada. Each and every day they deliver compassionate, professional care to their patients. I know this very well because my daughter is a nurse who has worked in intensive care, in home care and palliative care, cardiac care, and the emergency department. She and many nurses like her across our nation endure difficult working conditions, violence from patients, and they still deliver excellent care. With our aging population, we'll need many more nurses to join the profession and bring their innovations. On behalf of Her Majesty's Opposition, we commend all nurses for their contribution to our nation. Thank you for your service.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Madam Speaker, as residents of a coastal community, we live on the front lines of the battle against climate change in St. John Rothsay. And to the incredible young leaders from St. John High School, St. Malachy's High School, Harborview High School, Simons High School, and Rothsay High School, who demonstrated last week to call upon their elected representatives to take concrete action to tackle climate change, know this. I rise today on this Friday for Future to stand in solidarity with you by standing in support of our federal government's plan to tackle climate change. Our government's plan is the most ambitious federal government climate action plan in Canadian history, and you, the incredible young leaders in St. John Rothsay who took to the streets to demand climate action, deserve a member of Parliament who will stand up for you in this place and standing up for such ambitious climate action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Madam Speaker, yesterday in his hometown of Georgetown, PEI, Dennis King was sworn in as the 33rd Premier of Prince Edward Island along with his cabinet. I rise to offer my congratulations to Premier King and his government. He has vowed to take a collaborative approach in his dealings with other parties and levels of government, and I stand ready to work with him to advance the interests of Islanders. I also ask the House to join me in thanking Wade McLaughlin for his service to our province. He's balanced the books and achieved remarkable success in employment, economic, and population growth. After a distinguished career in academia, he took on what he referred to as his retirement project, the premiership of the province that he loved. His incredible intellect, photographic memory, and a killer work ethic have served Islanders well. He left the place better than he found it. He poured his heart and soul into public service, and for that I offer gratitude and respect. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Madam Speaker, residents of York Simcoe went to the polls just 3 months ago to elect me as their Member of Parliament. But most can't wait for the opportunity to vote again this fall. I don't blame them. The people of York Simcoe are tired of this Liberal government's record of broken promises, ethics scandals, economic failures, and foreign policy blunders. The Prime Minister promised sunny ways in 2015 with a new approach of honesty and responsibility. But the reality now faced by ordinary Canadians is high taxes, out-of-control spending, and a government out of touch with the struggles of everyday families and seniors and students. This is especially apparent to the residents of York Simcoe and other communities in rural Canada who find themselves on the outside looking in as the Prime Minister attacks them and their way of life. Canadians across the country will have an opportunity to change all that in this upcoming election. Until then, it is clear this Prime Minister is not as advertised.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Madam Speaker, volunteers are the bedrock of our communities. These are ordinary men and women who do extraordinary things. These are people who, on top of helping others, build better communities for all.
Today, I wanted to take a moment to recognize members of my community who improve the lives of others one selfless act at a time. These are local heroes, such as the hundreds of volunteers giving their time at the Hudson Palliative Care Centre, or the ones helping out community members in need. And organizations like the Scouts, the Guides, the Cadets, Nova Hudson, L'Actuel, Moison, Sud-Ouest, Les Maisons des Jeunes, et Le Pont Bridging. It's also our farmers, business owners, and neighbors young and old who more recently help prepare meals and fill sandbags for neighbors whose lives have been touched and impacted by this year's historic floods. Au nom de cette chambre,
on behalf of the House, I would like to thank all the volunteers who, thanks to their service and generosity, make our community and our country a better place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to recognize the vital work that first responders do to protect and serve our communities. Each day, they bravely put their lives on the line to ensure that we can live with peace of mind. This weekend, in my riding, there are two great events. The first, a car wash at the Gordon Snow Community Centre by volunteers, hosted by volunteer firefighters from stations in Fall River, Wellington, and Waverley. All proceeds of the car wash will go towards Camp Courage. This camp introduces young women to the demands of being a first responder and encourages them to pursue a career as first responders. The second event is an emergency preparedness jamboree in Porters Lake. The annual Jamboree is a community awareness project that can help prepare residents and their families for any type of emergencies. Madam Speaker, I would personally like to thank all first responders for their tireless work for our communities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals' anti-energy policies and legislation have destroyed Canada and Alberta's reputation as a stable, fair, predictable destination for energy investment. The Prime Minister has failed to take substantial action or exert federal jurisdiction to ensure TMX could be built by the private sector. He cancelled the Northern Gateway Pipeline and he killed the Energy East Pipeline with red tape and regulations. He implemented a carbon tax, which does nothing but make life more difficult for Canadian families and small businesses. Canadians cannot afford to continue paying for the Liberal government's failings. More than 100,000 people in the energy sector have already lost their jobs, but hope is on the horizon with a newly elected United Conservative Party in Alberta. And an increasing number of provinces representing 59% of Canadians oppose the Prime Minister's carbon tax. Madam Speaker, Canadians aren't stupid. They know this tax is just another money grab for this Liberal government. And it's clear this Prime Minister is not as advertised.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May is Williams Syndrome Awareness Month. Williams Syndrome is a genetic condition that remains virtually unknown. Medical, developmental, and learning challenges typically occur alongside unique abilities, such as advanced verbal and communication skills, highly sociable personalities, and a passion for music. Those abilities describe my friend, Karina Scally. Karina lives with Williams Syndrome and has been selected again this year to participate in the Lifting Lives Music Camp in Nashville, designed for young people with Williams Syndrome. The Academy of Country Music was so impressed by the song her group wrote a few years ago that it invited them to perform at the Grand Ole Opry. Karina received the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal for her work in our community. Join me in raising awareness of Williams Syndrome so all individuals with Williams Syndrome will have the support they need to live healthy, self-directed, productive, and fulfilling lives like Karina does. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Madam Speaker, this year I have the privilege of being the President of Honour of the 19th golf tournament organized by Diabète Estrie. This is a not-for-profit organization made up of individuals with diabetes, their loved ones, and health professionals who try to make the daily lives of people with diabetes easier. With the money collected, Diabète Estrie will be able to send young individuals to specialized camps tailored to their needs, as well as continue their mission to inform, raise awareness, train and support research, and ensure that This message services are delivered and the rights of people with diabetes are protected. I would invite everyone to participate in this event on June 7th, and I would like to thank the members of the organizing committee, as well as the many volunteers who devote themselves to this cause each year. See you on June 7th.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in 2015, the Prime Minister promised small annual deficits with a self-balancing budget by 2019, but instead, we got the biggest peacetime debt accumulation outside of a recession. He promised openness and transparency, and we got cash for access fundraising and illegal vacations. He promised to help small business owners, then called them tax cheaters and threatened their savings. He said, Canada's back, and then humiliated himself in India. He promised better relations with the public service, and then launched Phoenix. He promised better relations with veterans, and then said they were asking too much. He promised a service-focused CRA, and then picked on single parents and the disabled while giving tax breaks to wealthy people with offshore accounts. He promised no more omnibus bills, and then snuck deferred prosecutions into a 500-page budget bill and fired his Attorney General for refusing to play ball and get SNC-Lavalin off the hook. Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister is definitely not as advertised.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
May is Speech and Hearing Month. It is important to recognize Canada's outstanding speech language pathologists, audiologists, and communication health assistants, which I was honoured to be working for at the as the regional director of the Canadian Hearing Society. Speech Language and Audiology Canada will be highlighting the importance of early detection and intervention of speech, language, swallowing, hearing, and balance disorder. This builds on the early detection report card released last month that noted that Canada's overall grade still remains insufficient.
Madam Speaker, the ability to speak, hear, and be heard is so important. Where a child lives should not determine whether or not they have access to hearing health services. Whether they work with a child, a hearing-impaired adult, or a family dealing with dementia, these professionals do their best to ensure optimal communication health. I call on my colleagues to join me in recognizing Speech and Hearing Month in Canada.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, Scott Bryson wanted to stop the $700 million Davie shipbuilding contract. Scott Bryson, Judy Foote, and the MP for Beausejour were lobbied by corporate friends to kill the deal. The only reason they didn't was the fact that their actions at Cabinet leaked out. Admiral Mark Norman was not the source of the Cabinet leak, but his was the only name put forward to blame. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we have full confidence in our government institutions, and they all function very well in this case. The RCMP investigated, Madam Speaker, and laid charges. The investigation, the decision to lay charges, and the prosecution was handled by the Prosecution Service of Canada, Madam Speaker, as was the decision to stay charges. All of those decisions were made independently of the Department of Justice, of my office, and of the Government of Canada, Madam Speaker. Our institutions are functioning well, and the rule of law is alive and well in Canada.
The honourable member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, we're confident the Director of Public Prosecutions did their job and made the right call to admit there was no case against Mark Norman. But Mark Norman's name was first given to the RCMP by the Prime Minister. Mark Norman was not at the Cabinet meeting. Mark Norman was not the source of the Cabinet leak. In fact, he was just one of 73 names of people that knew about Scott Bryson's attempt to kill the Davie deal. Why did the Prime Minister single out Admiral Mark Norman to blame for the leak from his Cabinet meeting?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, as the honourable member well knows, investigations are the realm of the RCMP in Canada, and they did that. Madam Speaker, as the honourable member well knows, the decision to lay charges, to evaluate that evidence and lay charges, rests with the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, and that was done here, as was the decision to stay charges, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
The Prime Minister gave Mark Norman's name to the RCMP. The Prime Minister's office resisted giving documents to Mark Norman's lawyers. The Prime Minister team counseled witnesses. The Prime Minister's lawyers asked the prosecutors if they could engineer issues at trial. The Prime Minister's office even used code words to avoid revealing Mark Norman's name in documents. Direction, deception, and delay. That's the Prime Minister's record of political interference in the Admiral Norman affair. When will he apologize to Mark Norman?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Madam Speaker, there have been accusations against Vice Admiral Norman, and they were stayed. The PPSC also said these decisions were taken independently. There was no influence exerted from the outside on the PPSC, and this includes political influence in the decision to stay the proceedings. Any contrary assertion is absurd. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse. Madam Speaker, it's simple. When the Liberals came to power, they did everything they could to prevent Davie Shipyard from getting the Asterix contract, which was essential for the Canadian Navy. What did they do? The Prime Minister launched an investigation to look into it. When will the Prime Minister apologize and promote the Vice Admiral, not demote him? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, there was no other factor taken in coming to this decision. There was no contact or influence from outside the PPSC, and this includes political influence. This decision was taken this week. Charges against the Vice Admiral were stayed, and each decision was taken independently. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse. Madam Speaker, this is ridiculous. There are all kinds of skeletons in the Liberal closet. Even the clerk of the Privy Council. They should tell the truth. Because here's a man who stood up for the Canadian Navy, stood up for jobs in Quebec, stood up for Davie Shipyard. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, no factor was taken into account. The Deputy Minister looked at the policy concerning this affair. We agree with that advice.
Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, ASCII.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at Liberal government rhetoric versus Liberal government action on climate change. They said they'd put a price on carbon, but it won't apply to 80% of major emissions. They said they were going to force corporate Canada to take the climate crisis seriously, but here's $12 million for fridges, Loblaws. They said they would help phase out oil and gas, but today we hear that they're paying $54 billion in new subsidies for the billionaire fossil fuel industry. So instead of hooking up their billionaire pals, when will this government take climate change seriously and bring in a Green New Deal?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always happy to talk about our climate change plan. Yes, it includes a price on pollution. Polluters need to pay, but we're giving the money back. That means that a family of four in Ontario will get $307. We're phasing out coal. We're making historic investment in renewables, but we're also ensuring a just transition for workers because we need to make sure that workers and communities can thrive as we move to a cleaner future. We're focused on making historic investments in public transportation, something that the NDP wouldn't have done because they plan to balance the budget and not make those historic investments. We're also making historic investments in clean solutions and energy efficiency. We have a climate plan.
Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, ASCII.
Madam Speaker, people living on Hollow Water First Nation and in Seymourville are worried about a proposed frack sand mine in their territories. They're very concerned that this project could expose them to dangerous levels of carcinogens. It is clear that the provincial government is pushing for the project to go forward without good faith and honest discussion. And the environmental assessment has been bungled, leaving residents worried about their health and the land. People on the ground are calling on the federal government to step in. So will the government step up to protect people and the land?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, we believe in the importance of proper environmental assessments. That's why we are rebuilding trust in environmental assessments through Bill C-69, unfortunately opposed by the Conservative Party. That will ensure that we do environmental assessments in consultation with Indigenous peoples at the start. That means that we will be listening to the public, that we will be making decisions based on science and evidence, and we will ensure that good projects go ahead in a timely fashion.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Madam Speaker, you'll never guess what the member for Compton Stansted, who is Minister of Agriculture, is telling her fellow citizens. In her last householder, Madam Minister asserted that spending $4.5 billion to buy a polluting pipeline was an inevitable step towards an energy transition. Really? It's as if you were taking the chain off your bicycle to go faster. Will the minister rise in this House to explain her rationale and say why this is inevitable? $4.5 billion for a pipeline towards energy transition? Madam Speaker, we are following the advice of the Supreme Court. We have consulted with Indigenous communities. We've had roundtables on the form that consultation should take. We have spoken and consulted with many stakeholders. Every day, we're going forward in the proper way. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Madam Speaker, a leader does not spend this much on an oil pipeline. The IMF says that subsidies given to the fossil fuel energies add up to $54 billion. $54 billion. And this government says it's a leader in the fight against climate change. A leader doesn't buy an old pipeline for billions of dollars. The government will the government launch a transition towards renewable energy?
Climate change.
Madame la Présidente, soyons clairs.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear. We have already eliminated 8 out of 9 subsidies to fossil fuels. We are ensuring a fair transition. We want this not only in Canada but in the world. We're a leader worldwide in dealing with coal. We're investing historic funds in renewables, in public transit, in clean energy, and in measures that will help stop pollution and help families.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Everyone who knows Admiral Norman knows him to be a respected, dependable, and distinguished member of the Royal Canadian Navy. So why is it that the Liberals couldn't have given him the benefit of the doubt by keeping his job open for him? And why didn't they pay his legal fees until 3 days ago when they were shamed into doing it? Madam Speaker, why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans, to the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Week's decisions, the Deputy Minister has received the policy in place regarding Vice Admiral Norman's request to have his legal fees paid for as it relates to this case. We agree with your advice, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is increasingly clear that the Prime Minister's government politically interfered in Mark Norman's case, just like in SNC-Lavalin. This government withheld documents and others by blacking pages totally out. They used code names to hide their actions. They coached witnesses. Mr. Norman's lawyer was clear. The documents should have been handed over to the RCMP and to the prosecution. Why wouldn't the Liberals release the documents to Mr. Norman's defense team, or even unredacted? What is the Prime Minister trying to hide here?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I would like to remind this House that the Department of Justice cooperated with the court for the production of documents. We're talking about, Madam Speaker, over 8,000 documents from 7 different government agencies. The decision to redact, Madam Speaker, is made independently of political bodies. Madam Speaker, as Counsel for Justice for Admiral Norman said, our justice system is truly unassailable. It's proven itself. Our institutions have proven themselves. And, Madam Speaker, there was no interference from the government in this case.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafiole. Madam Speaker, for months the government did its utmost in order not to provide documents necessary to Mark Norman's defence, and this pleading cabinet confidence. Vice Admiral Norman didn't even have a right to his own email. What is the government trying to hide? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, as I just said in English, we're talking about 8,000 documents and 7 government organizations. We cooperated with the court. We produced the documents. It took time, but there were 8,000 documents, and the decisions to redact were not taken politically. So we did cooperate. The system worked as it should, and we are proud of our justice system. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafiole. Madam Speaker, the government politicized military procurement by prioritizing their partisan interests. The Astérix was a resounding success, and it was delivered on time and on budget by Davie Shipyards. It's a success that Canadians and the Vice Admiral should be proud of. When will the Prime Minister apologize? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The accusations against Vice Admiral Norman were stayed. Every decision was taken in a completely independent way. No outside influence was exerted. And there was no political influence in the decision to prosecute the Vice Admiral or to stay the proceedings. Any contrary assertion is absurd.
Speaker, first the Prime Minister said Vice Admiral Norman would be charged before the investigation was even complete. Then the Prime Minister's office did not provide the requested documents for 2 years, nearly bankrupting Mark Norman and putting his family through hell. Then, just as the Liberal MP for Orleans was going to testify against the government, suddenly the charges are dropped. Clearly, this was another attack by the Prime Minister on someone who is standing up for what is right. Will the Prime Minister apologize to Admiral Mark Norman and reinstate him Vice Chief of the Defence Staff?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I'm really glad that the Conservative Party is now seized of the idea of having independent civil service provide advice to government. It's important, and I'm also glad that they're talking about people's jobs, because that's important too. We've got some other independent advice today from Stats Canada, an organization which the previous government had a lot of trouble dealing with the independence of. That's 106,000 jobs were created in the last month in this country. Let me put that into context. They might understand. In Stephen Harper's last year, they celebrated 72,000 jobs in 1 year. 106 jobs in 1,000 jobs in 1 month. That's independent advice they should listen to and take note of.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's evident that the jobs they're talking about had nothing to do with Vice Admiral Norman, because they cared nothing about his job. And there appears to be overwhelming evidence that the Prime Minister and his Liberal government went to incredible lengths to try and keep truth hidden, deliberately suppressing information that would eventually exonerate Vice Admiral Norman. This political interference is a damning indictment of this current government, and Canadians deserve answers. Will the Prime Minister apologize to Vice Admiral Norman and reinstate him as the Vice Chief of Staff?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, the premise of that question is entirely false. As the Director for Public Prosecutions has said on at least 2 occasions, Madam Speaker, as the prosecutor in question has said, there was no political interference in this case. There was no political interference in the decision to lay charges. There was no political interference in the decision to stay charges. And there was no political interference over the course of the trial. Madam Speaker, this government produced documents as it was supposed to in accordance with the court orders. We did so in good faith. Madam Speaker, there are systems of governance in Canada. Our judicial systems function well.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, this week the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance was bragging about all the support for seniors coming from this government. But here's a reality check. Seniors living on fixed income and affordable housing in Saskatchewan don't see this help. When their GIS or OAS increases, their rent goes up. And if their CPP increases with inflation, their GIS goes down. So, will this government pass my bill C-353 and end these clawbacks to ensure that when seniors on low income see their pension payments increase, so does their quality of life? Hear, hear.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for raising an important issue. Yes, we do have challenges when provincial governments claw back the benefits that we deliver to seniors, especially when it comes to circumstances involving housing. But we also understand that there is much to do for seniors. That's why our government has invested so heavily in reducing poverty, because when you reduce poverty, you don't create low-income seniors. You create seniors that have a chance to succeed. Our investments, including the GIS improvements, including CPP reform, including investments in affordable housing, are all aimed at making sure seniors get the quality of life they deserve as they move into retirement, and we will not stop working hard to make sure every senior in this country is given the services they need.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, a Quebec City tramway would allow for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and would offer a quality service to its citizens. A recent poll showed that a majority of Quebec citizens were in favour of this. The government of Quebec is trying to find a solution to finding the $800 billion they need to fund the tramway. Madam Speaker, instead of buying an old pipeline, why don't they listen to the Quebec City and fund the tramway the citizens want? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to answer. In 2018, there was money for the tramway. It's still there. Madam Speaker, this is a project that is very important for Quebec City, and if I can remind him, since 2015 in Quebec, we have a huge number of infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker, we're there, the government's there for the people of Quebec.
Madam Speaker, we told the Liberals time and time again that they were irresponsibly rushing through changes to Canada's election laws. And now major social media platforms such as Google confirm that they weren't consulted on significant changes to legislation. Although this Prime Minister claims to believe in consulting with stakeholders, clearly he only wants to hear from those who agree with the way he wants things done. Why did the Prime Minister force through changes to our electoral system instead of taking the time to get it right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, in all fairness, we will take no lessons from the other side about making changes to the electoral system. The legacy of the Unfair Elections Act has been long, and we heard about it extensively in 2015. We acted promptly to deal with it. With respect to the social media platforms and the position they're taking today, we find that disappointing. We know these social media platforms have the resources and the ability to take action, and to take action now. We know that Bill C-76 was given first reading well over a year ago, and its long endurance within this Parliament is largely due to the blockage of that legislation by the Conservative Party at Proc.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, in the government's efforts to rush their flawed elections bill through the House, they failed to consult with those to whom the law would apply. Yesterday at committee, Google and YouTube confirmed that they cannot implement the changes in time for the election. They were not consulted on the changes, and the changes themselves were unclear. Madam Speaker, how can Canadians have any faith in these Liberals when even Google says that their changes are unclear? What are these Liberals trying to do?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, we reject categorically the premise of that entire question. Bill C-76 was first of all fundamental to ensuring the stability of the democracy in this country in response to the Unfair Elections Act. Secondly, when you talk about elections and electoral fairness, you need to talk about online platforms, including social media companies. Third, in terms of notice to those companies, they have had adequate notice and ample notice. Fourth, the resources of those companies are larger than most nations on this planet, for goodness sakes. To purport that they haven't had the ability to address these issues is absolutely and categorically false.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, this year Canada commemorates 74 years of victory in Europe, a day to remember our defeat of the Nazi Empire. This is a day to honour those who gave their lives, and yet after carelessness on the minister's part, Canadians were shocked to see German soldiers on ads to celebrate our Canadian warriors. How many levels of vetting did these ads go through, and how could the minister and his office allow these careless and offensive ads to go forward?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs and National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This was a completely unacceptable mistake, and the video was removed immediately. I can assure you I and the people involved are very concerned, and we are taking steps to make sure this does not happen again. But, Mr. Speaker, what we want to do and make sure is that it does not detract from the message. The message is 74 years ago this week, our soldiers liberated Europe. That is the important message, and we will make sure that this type of thing with this ad never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Wednesday was the 74th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day. This is a day where we mark the sacrifice of allied nations made to win the Second World War, especially the tens of thousands of Canadians who gave their lives. The Liberals mark VE Day by thanking Nazis for their sacrifice, complete with an online video featuring German troops and a voiceover by the Veterans Minister. Our veterans, their families, and Canadians deserve better. Saying it won't happen again is one thing. Will the minister stand and apologize to veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs and National Defence.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, I would do anything I could for our veterans, including apologize for the likes of this to happen. This is totally unacceptable. And as I said, we will make sure that this will not happen again. And I've instructed my Deputy Minister to find out just what took place, what was missed. But it's, as I indicated previously, it's very important that we do not take the true meaning of what happened 74 years ago this week, what our troops did to provide life and for the European people. To liberate Europe is so important. That is what the message is all about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West. Windsor Tecumseh.
This week, I asked the government if they'll adopt a national auto strategy before more people lose their livelihoods. And this issue hits close to home in Windsor-Tecumseh. First, it was Chrysler. Now it's the Ford Essex engine plant that are eliminating shifts. This government scrambles to react, but there needs to be a master plan. The NDP and experts have been calling for a national auto strategy for years, and the government has a plan waiting on the shelf. So, will the Liberals stop ignoring Windsor and southwestern Ontario, for that matter, and commit to a national auto strategy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you. Madam Speaker, we have a plan, and the plan is working well. The auto sector remains solid, and well-placed to build cars of today and the future. In total, some $6 billion have been invested in the auto sector, creating and securing scores of jobs since we took power. Since 2015, over 11,000 new jobs were created. Investments include $110 million at Toyota Cambridge, $89 million in Guelph, $41.8 for facilities at Honda, and the list goes on. Our government is firmly committed to the auto industry.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Their strategy is working so well that they actually had their incentive program that excluded the only Canadian-built electric vehicle in Canada, and we had to force them to reverse that, Madam Speaker. And the $6 billion that they talk about invested over their tenure, Madam Speaker, let's take a look at Detroit. One city alone, Madam Speaker. General Motors is investing in Detroit $8 billion. Ford, $1.5 billion. Fiat Chrysler, $4.5 billion. The age of innovation in auto is here. This government is nowhere in the game. Why was the Prime Minister such a defeatist when it comes to manufacturing? And why is he bringing his vision to fruition? We need a national auto strategy now.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Sciences and Social Development and Economic Development.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. He will realize that we have put in place a number of strategies for the auto workers. It works. We've got $6 billion invested since 2015 in the auto sector, in our workers and Canadian workers in this sector. It's a plan that is working. These investments include $110 million in Toyota Cambridge. That's important. $49 in Guelph, which have created some 1,500 jobs. $49.8 million in facilities for Honda. And I reiterate that the list goes on. Our government is committed.
Honourable member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, the jobs report released today shows biggest one-month gain since 1976. Wow. Canadians created over 106,000 mostly full-time jobs. Wage growth has also gone up. More businesses are investing, more employers are hiring, and more Canadians have good-paying jobs. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment tell what are we doing to continue this success?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order. When I recognize you, then you can speak. Otherwise, I would ask members to either listen or wait their turn. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Insurance.
That's great advice, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Ottawa, Nepean, for asking that question, because we know that question would never come from the Conservatives. They are embarrassed to see the success of this government. Almost twice as many jobs created by this government than the Harper Conservatives. Madam Speaker, 1 million jobs since coming to power, 106,000 last month alone. We said we were going to invest in innovation, invest in people, invest in job creation. We promised that. We delivered it as advertised.
Once again, that when somebody has the floor, we need to listen, even though if we don't like the answer. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. These Liberals love to throw numbers around, so why don't I help them out a bit? You know, we've heard time and again, 347 days. Well, let me ask this government right now, Madam Speaker, 347 days since that government spent $4.5 billion taxpayers' dollars on a pipeline. At the time, the finance minister said construction of the new pipeline would start immediately. 347 days later, we have not had one shovel of dirt turned. I'd like to ask the finance minister, when is construction of this pipeline going to start?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Natural Resources.
The Conservative Party on how to move forward in the right way. We follow the course direction. We know meaningful dialogue with Indigenous peoples is a fundamental obligation on our part, not a suggestion. We believe in protecting our environment. At the same time, we are moving forward in the right way. We are following the course path forward. We will take no advice. Canadians expect us to get it right, and that is what we are focused on.
Hear, hear.
The honour member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Madam Speaker, it's been years since the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion was approved, yet this government continues to delay. While billions of dollars investment flees the country, Canadians are choosing provincial governments that represent economic prosperity and responsible resource development over liberal rhetoric. When will the Prime Minister finally get shovels in the ground and get the TMX built?
The Honourable Prime Minister Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
The member very well knows we have approved Line 3 pipeline. We actually also support Keystone XL. And on TMX, we are moving forward in the right way. They don't want to listen to the courts. They don't want to have meaningful dialogue with Indigenous people. In order to move this right, we need to do all the hard work, and that's what we're doing. We have 8 teams on the ground right now. We are doing our Phase 3 consultation. We are basically looking forward to June 18th to make a final decision on how to move forward in the right way. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Foothills.
When asked about his plan for Trans Mountain, the Prime Minister said, "We will get this pipeline built." Well, that was a year ago. The PBO reported any construction delays cost taxpayers $700 million a year. And if the pipeline is not completed by 2023, it is no longer economically viable. Any delays past June cost taxpayers even more and put the entire project at risk. Will the Prime Minister be honest with Canadians? When will the Trans Mountain expansion be built?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, after 10 years of inaction under Stephen Harper, 99% of our oil exports were still being sent to the United States. The Conservatives had 10 years to expand the global markets, and they failed. Conservatives continue to put politics over the process. We remain committed to the right process. That is what we're focused on. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
4 pipelines were approved and constructed under Conservatives, and not a single inch of new pipeline is in service under these Liberals. But more than 12,000 Canadians signed Angela Cook's petition this week, calling on the Liberals to approve the Trans Mountain expansion on June 18th. The independent science-based expert regulator said it should be built twice. At least 43 Indigenous communities and the majority of Canadians want construction to start. It's been over 11 months since Liberals spent $4.5 billion tax dollars and said the expansion would be built immediately. Will it be approved for this year's summer construction season?
Here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, as I said, we are focused on getting this process in the right way, ignoring certainly any of the advice from the Conservatives, because we know they failed for 10 years to get any new pipelines built in new markets. Canadians need to be reassured that this process is being followed in the right way. We have teams on the ground that are doing meaningful consultation. We have basically ensured that on the environmental side, we have conditions and recommendations that we are following. That is what the Canadians have to have confidence in. That is what we're focused on.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In all regions like Berthier-Maskinongé, access to high-speed internet has become absolutely necessary for families, SMEs, and farming businesses. Despite that, people are deprived of a reliable high-speed internet connection, and this is completely unacceptable in 2019. These are pressing needs, but the Liberals have no plan to bridge the digital divide. An NDP government will do its utmost to resolve these problems for people in the regions. My question is simple. When will we see a strategy to connect Quebecers and Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Important for the prosperity of our country. We are focusing on making sure that we connect all our Canadians. We have approved 180 projects and 900 communities, and plus 190 Indigenous communities. By 2021, our investments will connect 90% of Canadian households with high-speed internet. Budget 2019 will even go further with $1.7 billion investment to connect 95% of Canadians by 2026. Where you live in Canada shouldn't limit the ability to participate in the digital economy. Our government is taking real action. We have a plan, and we're going to make it happen.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Madam Speaker, in Saudi Arabia, 9 women are in prison simply for having peacefully defended their rights. They were subjected to sexual abuse and torture. Those who committed these acts must be sanctioned.
Alors, will the government issue individual sanctions against those who are responsible for the torture of Loujain Alatroul and the other women detainees? Or will it continue to do business as usual with Saudi Arabia, putting profits ahead of human rights?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are very concerned by the detention of women rights activists in Saudi Arabia, including Loujain Al-Hathoul. Canada remains committed to advocating for detained activists in their struggle for gender equality and human rights. We have raised this situation with Saudi officials and will continue to do so alongside our international partners. Canada will never hesitate to defend human rights. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, concerns are being raised about proposed changes to Hong Kong's extradition law. These changes would allow the extradition of anyone in Hong Kong, including 300,000 Canadians living there, to mainland China. We have an extradition treaty with Hong Kong, and in mainland China, 2 Canadians are in jail, another 2 are in death row. Democracies around the world are under threat. It's even more important at this time that Canada stand for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Will a minister in this government make a clear, unambiguous statement about these proposed changes to Hong Kong's extradition law?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, we've raised serious questions with the government of Hong Kong regarding the proposed amendments to their extradition laws. Ensuring the safety and security of Canadians at home and abroad is a top priority for the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and for our entire government, and I'm certain for the members opposite. We will continue to closely monitor any developments surrounding possible changes to Hong Kong's extradition laws.
L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, under the negotiations with the United States, the trade negotiations, the Liberal government was taken to the cleaners. A third of Canadian exporters are already being affected by U.S. tariffs on steel. Garon, a large and excellent company in my riding, is being hit twice since May 1st by 25% Canadian tariffs on their raw material, threatening, therefore, their competitiveness and jobs. Instead of a new tax, why doesn't the Prime Minister take action to settle the dispute and get these tariffs dropped on both sides of the border, Madam Speaker?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, in response to these illegal U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum, we undertook Canada's strongest trade action since World War II by imposing $16.6 billion in countermeasures on U.S. exports to Canada. And we are constantly examining our tariff list to ensure it has the greatest impact possible. We are also providing $2 billion in support for Canadian manufacturers. This week, the Minister spoke to Secretary Mike Pompeo about the importance of removing the unjustified and illegal U.S. tariffs, once again exercising strong leadership for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Our former Conservative government made the decision to retrofit a ship in order to get much-needed equipment to our Navy. Then leaked documents show that Liberals tried to stop this after a company that's friendly to the party was cheesed that they didn't get the contract. After this leak prevented the Liberals from taking this unwise course of action, they attempted to destroy the career of one of Canada's most senior military officers whose only crime was wanting to get a ship for our Navy. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, as I've said a number of times in this House and outside this House, it is the RCMP that investigates in such matters. The RCMP investigated, turned evidence over to the Prosecution Service, Madam Speaker. It is the Prosecution Service of Canada, which operates independently of government, that evaluated the evidence, that decided to lay charges, that proceeded with the trial, Madam Speaker, and ultimately decided to stay charges. Madam Speaker, all of this was undertaken independent of the government. There was no political interference, as she herself had said.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, this week the Leader of the Opposition miraculously claimed that he now supports our Canada Child Benefit. But actions speak louder than words. The Conservative Party has voted against the Canada Child Benefit at every opportunity. Madam Speaker, they put out a tax guide that didn't acknowledge the existence of the Canada Child Benefit, but included their proposed tax credits for millionaires. Conservative MPs have called the Canada Child Benefit communistic and said CCB investments would be better spent on something else. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development please remind this House and please remind Conservative MPs just how much the Canada Child Benefit...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Parents and children in Canada have a very simple message for the Conservatives. Keep your hands off the Canada Child Benefit. The Conservative leader has voted against doubling it. The Conservative leader voted against indexing it. The Conservative leader voted against making it tax-free. And if you want to know what the Conservatives' plans for children is, take a look at Doug Ford's War on Children in Ontario. It's what happens when a Conservative government tries to campaign without a platform. They have cut teachers for kids. They have cut libraries for kids. They have cut school lunch programs for kids. They have cut the Child Advocate. They've even cut giving out vaccines for kids. When it comes to the Conservatives, Ford's cuts hurt kids, and they are sheer stupidity.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, residents in BC continue to flock across the border to fill their tanks with gasoline. They're saving $25 per tank, and that matters. It matters to Canadian families. It matters to small business. It matters to tourism operators and so many more. This minister doesn't seem to understand what a difference that makes in people's lives. Increasing the carbon tax and no deadline in terms of getting Trans Mountain started is a problem. When will they get the pipeline built, and when will they get rid of this carbon tax that is hurting so many?
No plan.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
A few things there in that question, Madam Speaker, but as I said before, we are focused on getting the TMX pipeline project done in the right way, something that Conservatives completely ignored for 10 years. They got no pipelines built. We want to make sure, Madam Speaker, they have confidence in the process. The process we got to follow is meaningful consultations, at the same time respecting our environmental obligations. That is what we are focused on. That's what Canadians have to have respect for and have to have confidence in us to get it done in the right way. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Madam Speaker, removing barriers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM are fundamental to ensuring equity for researchers across our country. Our government recognizes that we must always strive to tear down these barriers and ensure underrepresented groups can succeed and thrive in the STEM fields. Can the Minister of Science and Sport please tell this House how our government's Made in Canada Athena Swan program will help us achieve this?
The Honourable Minister of Science and Sports.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for an excellent question. Will the Harper Conservatives ignore diversity in research? We understand that we cannot afford to leave any talent on the sidelines. Yesterday, I announced new grants and launched Dimensions, a Made in Canada version of the internationally renowned Athena Swan program. This will create more opportunities for women and other underrepresented groups and institutions across Canada. This has been a long-standing problem. The Harper Conservatives did nothing to improve diversity. We're taking action.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Liberal Fisheries Minister continue to fail Pacific salmon and the Canadians that rely on them. Evidence of this failure is another layer of fishing restrictions that will put hundreds of British Columbians out of work. Instead of working against fishermen and coastal communities, the government should work with them to restore Pacific salmon stocks. BC fishers and conservationists know how to put more salmon back in our streams and oceans. So when will the fisheries minister start working with the fishermen and not just shutting them out of their fisheries?
There you go.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In actual fact, this minister and this government has never stopped working with fishers, has never stopped working with conservationists. The BC Salmon Conservation and Innovation Fund is a prime example of that, where there's been over $100 million federal dollars coupled with provincial dollars to address the challenges facing BC salmon. That work will continue. The consultation will continue, and we are very committed to the restoration of Pacific salmon.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, there won't be a cent prior to the election to compensate producers under supply management. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that. But farmers are already feeling the consequences of having been sacrificed in the free trade agreements. For them, compensations aren't an elections issue. They represent an urgent need. We want tangible action, and tangible action includes a check, said producers. So, when will they be receiving their checks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food. Madam Speaker, our government has always been clear. We are the party that put in place supply management, and we will continue to defend it and promote it. We are committed to fully supporting and fairly supporting our supply managed producers with $3.9 billion in compensation for impacts under the CETA and the CPTPP. We are examining the best way of distributing the money. The Minister hopes to finalize this by the end of June. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, a check, that's what they want. There's been more than enough reassuring words. The PBO has said that he'd be worried if he were a farmer. There aren't 36,000 ways of reassuring them. Instead of telling supply managed producers, vote Liberal if you want a check, will the government get the checks in the mail before the end of the session? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, I will reiterate that we are committed to fully supporting producers under supply management with $3.9 million in compensation for CETA and the CTPP. We are aware of the impact affecting and the future impact of NAFTA. We will continue the discussions to establish the best way of distributing the monies. I'd like to point out that the opposition has all voted against the budget which contains the compensation for producers. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' $100 billion naval strategy was to ensure the survival of shipyards, even if that meant axing Davy and all of its suppliers, namely in the Saguenay. When they came into power, the Liberals wanted to finish the Conservatives' work, finish off Davy, deprive them of contracts, and that's what Vice Admiral Norman was denouncing. Now that they've dropped their case against the Admiral, will they stop pursuing the Conservative naval strategy and finally ensure justice for Davy?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are happy with the excellent work done by Davy on the Asterix. We are working with all Quebec companies. We have granted $1.5 billion in contracts to Quebec companies. We have entrusted to Davy part of the larger contract worth several billion. And we appreciate the work and the professionalism of that shipyard and its workers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question's for the Minister of Indigenous Services. When it comes to health care, Nunavut don't get the same level of support from their federal government as other Canadians. The national average for federal support is 20%. Nunavut receives less than 10%. As a consequence, the government of Nunavut is forced to pick up the tab for programs the federal government is responsible for. The GN spends in excess of $50 million a year above what they're funded to administer the non-insured health benefits program. Does the minister think this is fair, and will he work with the government of Nunavut to fully fund the administration of this program? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is working in support of the government of Nunavut in the provision of health services to its residents. Last week, the Minister of Indigenous Services met with the Minister of Health and Finance for the government of Nunavut to discuss healthcare and a number of other shared priorities. We continue to stay in close communication to ensure that Nunavummiut have access to quality health services they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And that brings us to the end of question period. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West has a point of order. And Edmonton West.
And I'll yell because I know it'll be difficult to be heard over the very loud jacket that the government's whip is wearing right now. Now, I'd like to, with the permission of the House, I'd like to table, please, the Parliamentary Budget Officer's Economic and Fiscal Update recently put out. The reason is we heard the Parliamentary Secretary from Global Affairs talk of the $2 billion from the steel and aluminum tariffs being used to help out the companies in Canada, this report actually shows that the huge majority of it has actually disappeared into government coffers and is not extended to our industries.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table the document? There's no unanimous consent. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, introduction of government bills, dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement, statements by ministers, déclaration des ministres, reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the Pacific Northwest Economic Region, PNWAR, 28th Annual Summit held in Spokane, Washington, United States of America from July 23rd to 26th, 2018. The second concerns the 58th Annual Meeting and Regional Policy Forum of the Council of State Governments Eastern Regional Conference held in Rye Brook, New York, USA from August 5th to the 8th, 2018. And the third concerns the Annual National Conference of the Council of State Governments held in Covington, Kentucky, USA from December 6 to 8, 2018. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member Calgary-Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition from many people across the country who are calling upon the government to immediately cancel Bill C-69, launch a study into the economic impact of equalization, including the examination of the formula, because they're just really tired of this government telling them that they can't work, that their jobs are dirty, and they feel that the context for equalization has changed after this Prime Minister has gone after jobs in the energy sector with great vigor. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to table petitions submitted with constituents in my riding of Calgary-Midnapore. These individuals clearly care deeply about the welfare of animals and are asking that the sale and/or manufacturing of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients be banned in Canada moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Lambton-Kett Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Equity means, equality means that all people are treated fairly without discrimination. Therefore, the undersigned and Canada call upon the House of Commons to permit Christians to robustly exercise their religious beliefs and conscious rights, both in their private and public acts, without coercion, constraint, or discrimination. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to table 5 petitions today. The first petition was started at the time when Statistics Canada was reported to be collecting personal and banking information belonging to Canadians without their knowledge and consent. And it calls upon the government to ensure that this does not happen, raises concerns about the need to set standards to prevent this sort of thing from ever occurring in the future. The second petition deals with the carbon tax. It notes that a carbon tax will not, in fact, help the environment, especially compared with more effective measures, such as exporting Canadian technology to jurisdictions which are less environmentally responsible, as well as not sending more jobs to other jurisdictions. Petitioners call upon the government to reverse its efforts to impose a carbon tax on all of their provinces against their will. The third petition deals with the Canada Summer Jobs Program. It came in the context of the attestation requirement that was nominally removed this year, but we're hearing more indications that in fact groups are being denied equal access to the Canada Summer Jobs based on their beliefs instead of their actions. This continues to be a concern to these petitioners and other Canadians. The fourth petition is in support of Bill S-240, which is currently back before the Senate, which seeks to address the scourge of forced organ harvesting, and petitioners are hopeful that the Senate will move this forward as quickly as possible so that it passes before the election. The fifth petition and final one, Madam Speaker, raises the plight of persecuted Falun Gong practitioners in China, calls on Chinese officials to immediately end the persecution of Falun Gong and release all prisoners of conscience, including Canadian citizens and their family members, and to take every opportunity to establish measures to investigate the Chinese regime's organ harvesting, the taking of organs from innocent people. And again, that is a reference to Bill S-240. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions.
Calgary Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm tabling today a petition supporting Bill 5240 that would prevent forced donation of organs. It's in the Senate. Rather, it has gone through this House and is in the Senate, and I hope it will be passed quickly. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would also like to table a petition signed by citizens who are calling upon parliamentarians to support 2 legislative initiatives to prevent organ trafficking without consent or resulting from a dishonest financial transaction.
Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I as well have a petition today from residents across Canada calling on the Parliament of Canada and government to move quickly on the proposed legislation to ban human trafficking of organs, or trafficking of human organs around the world. The act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of financial transaction to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed that all questions be allowed to stand? Yes? And agreed and so ordered? Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Considering Senate amendments to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. Resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise again. It's always awkward when we have our interventions or our speeches interrupted with question period, but it's an honor to continue with my discussion, my debate over the Senate amendments to Bill C-55, the Oceans Act. This act went through the House here previously, went through the committee that I sit on, the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard, and was studied to great length. There were a number of amendments put forward for this bill when it came through the House and the Standing Committee. Unfortunately, the amendments that would have provided openness, transparency, accountability, and some assurance to the local communities that could be affected, the majority of those were rejected, Madam Speaker. That is why I believe it went to the Senate. They have taken a look at it and seen that it needs to have an increased level of accountability. It's simply not there. The bill has, in our opinion, when it went through the committee from our side of the House and now from the Senate, it's not correctly drafted. And that is just a continuation of what we've seen in draft legislation from this government. It seems to happen again and again and again. We get a bill before the House It makes it through first and second reading here, goes to committee, and then a flood of amendments come in. Just recently, I remember the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou speaking about some of the Indigenous related bills that have been before the House, drafted by a government that is high on virtue and low on substance, that actually table dropped, I believe, a dozen or more amendments on top of already a long list of amendments that were actually submitted late after the deadline, just amendment after amendment coming from the very government that actually drafted the legislation in the first place. It just seems to be a continuation of ineptness on their part to really see what needs to be in place in a piece of legislation. We've seen that multiple times. I actually had the opportunity to sub in at the Environment Committee when they were studying Bill C-69. Now that bill was rushed through this House, rushed through a process, but I could not believe the rushed process when the committee was studying that bill, especially at the clause-by-clause phase. I actually happened to sub in the day that the committee was doing the clause-by-clause study of that bill, considering all of the amendments that were put forward on that bill. I believe over 600 draft amendments were proposed, but what's even more unbelievable is over 300 of them came from the government side. 300 plus amendments from a government that originally drafted a bill. To me, Madam Speaker, that's unconscionable. How can it possibly be? But I think it's an example of how this government was very inept at getting any legislation moving in the early stages of their tenure, and now they're pushing and pushing and pushing to move things through at a faster pace as they come closer to the end of their tenure. And Madam Speaker, I certainly hope the end of that tenure happens in October. We're certainly working hard to restore the trust and faith that people in Canada and the people around the world have in Canada. But it's been lost with this government. They're simply trying to rush legislation through, but they're trying to do this through a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency, and absolute power that is being bestowed on the ministers or the councils that operate under their purview. And we see that in this bill. They don't want to be held accountable for the reasons that they may have within their secret place for establishing areas of interest or marine protected areas. They don't want to be held accountable on any part. They feel that they know best. It seems to be a drive of this government to have government manage everything. Pay us the taxes, we will manage everything better. We know that that's not the right way to go, Madam Speaker. We know that the people on the ground, the people in the communities, know how to manage our fish and wildlife species, our resources, our access to those resources, far better than a government centered here in Ottawa. So the consultation process is a huge part of what's missing out of this, the draft bill C-55. I want to go back, Madam Speaker, to the experiences when I was on when I traveled with the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans across this great country, from the East Atlantic coast to our West Pacific coast to our North Atlantic coast. And we met with fishermen. We met with the communities. We met with the business owners in those communities that wanted to provide input on where an MPA, Marine Protected Area, may be instituted, how it may be instituted, what type of restriction may be in place. We saw examples of fishermen would bring us maps with the proposed protected area sketched out on it, And then they showed us areas where they would fish. They would set out their trap lines, their fishing lines, long lines in a certain pattern, and they had room to work together with each other so that as they fished, they weren't crossing over each other's lines, they weren't getting entanglements, they could fish in a progressive and orderly manner. But what was happening with some of the proposed marine protected areas, they hadn't been consulted on the no-take zones within those areas. So they were getting squeezed and squeezed, tighter and tighter and tighter, so that they were anticipating conflict on the seas. That's certainly not what we want to see. Nor do we want to see anyone put at risk because they have to travel further or spend more time on the water to catch their harvest. Madam Speaker, it's that consultation that's really missing out of this bill, and that's what the Senate is trying to put in there. I want to talk a little bit about my understanding of conservation versus preservation and conservatism versus socialism. And it really came to light for me after I came to this House and participated in a number of debates here. I come from a conservation background where you use the natural resources in a sustainable way so that you take something out of those resources of value, that gives value so that you have something tangible to put back into it. Sometimes that's simply it can be as simple as a volunteer angler or hunter willing to put his hours back into habitat restoration, whether it's stream restoration, forest restoration for elk and deer, or stream restoration for trout, salmon, and species that might spawn in those streams. That's how they put something back, and they feel the need to put something back because they've taken something from it. To me, Madam Speaker, that is true conservation. And I put that up against the preservation side any day, because the preservation side wants to lock everything up. There's no take. There's no consumption. There's no value received by anyone from locking it up. There may be a small piece of viewing ability or a small piece of travel through that area, but basically it's no touch, no take, nothing taken from it. So what do they have to do to maintain that? They have to take from somewhere else. They need revenue to patrol, they need revenue to enforce, they need revenue to manage that piece that is preserved, not conserved, preserved. To me, Madam Speaker, when you have to take from somewhere over here to support something over there, that to me is too much towards socialism, and I certainly hope we're not going to have to go that way. Madam Speaker, the other pieces in this bill that are really troubling and I want to quote from part of it, the Governor and Council and the Minister shall not use the lack of scientific certainty regarding the risks posed by any activity that may be carried out in certain areas of the sea as a reason to postpone or refrain from exercising the powers and performing their duties and functions under Section 35(3) or 35(1) sub 2. For a government that claims to be investing thousands, millions, billions into science, this paragraph jumped out at me when I first reviewed this Bill C-55, that the Governor and the Minister shall not use the lack of scientific certainty to stop them from doing anything. To me, that presents to me that they can take any reason that they see fit, whether the science supports it or not, to make a decision. That to me is simply unconscionable. I can't support that type of power and authority being given to any minister of the Crown or their governor or their councils. The greatest part of that concern, Madam Speaker, comes from the foreign influence in those decisions. We see this continuously. I mentioned earlier in my speech about the consultations that had been taking place on the closure of the Chinook fishing off the west coast of Vancouver Island. There were, at the time, the fishing organizations and local conservationists felt they were having reasonably good consultation processes with the department at the time over what the closures should be there. They were working cooperatively. They were working with the department, with government, on what they saw as viable solutions. They put forward their proposals. They felt that they were going to be accepted. But what they found out afterwards was there was a strong backdoor lobbying effort by environmental NGOs that wanted to see all fishing closed, completely shut down. That pressure was behind the scenes, behind the doors. No one knows what it was because it was all ministerial confidence. That foreign influence has affected the decisions that can be made possible by that clause that the minister does not need scientific evidence. All he needs is pressure from a foreign ENGO. That is where I see huge risks with this bill, and that is where we hope to see more accountability in the reasoning, the location, and the judicial decisions that the ministers make on establishing these MPAs. Earlier today, we heard the parliamentary secretary basically denounce the proposed amendments from the Senate, saying that they were redundant and that they weren't necessary. And I came back on that a little bit, and I'd like to come back on it a little bit more. Again, Madam Speaker, if they are redundant, they would be easy to step over, to go to the next phase. If they can show that one phase of the consultation process or the assessment process has covered off the concerns, then when they get to the next phase that maybe brings up those concerns again, they can point out in the individual instances and cases how those concerns have been addressed. So I really have a hard time agreeing with the parliamentary secretary's statements about the redundancy and the lack of need for that accountability. Everyone needs accountability in their government, and I think that's why people send us here to Ottawa, to this great place, that we can be held accountable to our constituents back home. Now, I want to get back a little bit more to poorly drafted legislation we've seen and the processes. Again, this process in Bill C-55 is an attempt to speed up this government's ability to reach targets that were set by our government, actually, as targets, not hard set goals, but targets. And we were working towards achieving those through a process of consultation and input from the local communities. I talked about the marine protected areas that have been established in the north. And I'll have to apologize for the Inuit for not being able to speak their language the way they do, but there was the Angnik, the Nequim marine closed area in the north, in the Arctic Ocean. There's the Terium diuretate closure, also in the Arctic. Those marine closed areas, again, Mr. Speaker, were put in place because the communities wanted them. They saw what was there, they saw the value, but they only protect against certain things. They protect against cruise ships from coming in. They still allow the local harvest to take place, whether it's for salmon, beluga whales, whatever the local Inuit had traditionally harvested out of those areas. It was a very cooperative process. When we traveled there and met with the chiefs and the band members from there, they were very proud of what they have achieved. A total opposite to what we've seen take place over the last 3.5 years under this government. What we saw in the North was a spirit of cooperation, a recognition of those Indigenous and Inuit values that are there for the establishment of those MPAs. They were very specific about what they were protecting because they had consulted with the local people, because they understood, the government understood what needed to be protected, what needed to be preserved, how big the area needed to be, and what the risks were. And I think that's another big part of what's taking place here, is that some of this that has been moving forward with areas of interest and proposals for MPAs, marine protected areas, there really hasn't been a full identification of risks, but there hasn't even been a basic identification of those risks. And that was one of the things that came forward in the Senate amendment, was that there would be an identification of the risks and the features and the species that may be involved in the marine protected areas. Now, Mr. Speaker, over the past couple of years, the Fisheries Minister has been questioned on MPAs, their enforcement, their implementation, and so on. One of the things that came out of the study that we did was that basically it was a unanimous report that said, and I quote, that when identifying new areas of interest for marine protected areas, the Government of Canada evaluate net economic and social values and responsibilities, including the cost of patrol and enforcement in Canada, particularly in marine protected areas. The Minister's response to this recommendation merely acknowledged that enforcement is an expense. Last September, the Minister's own National Advisory Panel that he established to give advice on establishing marine protected areas also recommended, and I quote, that the government identify long-term, permanent, and stable funding for marine protected areas, end quote. The Minister's response to the advisory panel failed to even mention funding or resources for marine protected areas. Unbelievable. Mentioned in the committee report, mentioned in his own advisory panel's report, and he didn't even acknowledge it in his response. DFO's 2019-2020 departmental plan states that the department will provide enforcement in MPAs, marine protected areas, through the National Fisheries Intelligence Service, NFIS. So they're going to provide protection through a National Fisheries Intelligence Service. However, the NFIS purpose, according to DFO, is large-scale fisheries offenses, not habitat protection or pollution offenses. So here we have the minister, through his department, handing off enforcement of MPAs, patrol and enforcement of MPAs, to a National Fisheries Intelligence Service that has no mandate to protect habitat or pollution. There was no mention of an MPA enforcement activities in the federal budgets or supplementary estimates since the Fisheries Committee and the Minister's Advisory Panel told the government that enforcement activities needed to be funded. So the minister knew there needed to be funding around enforcement. He was told that by the committee. He was told that by his own appointed panel, and yet in the budget we saw nothing for enforcement of MPAs. I talked about this earlier, and in the discussion earlier I mentioned that local fisheries, or local fishermen, local communities felt in many cases that they may be the best to patrol and enforce because they are on the water. They're out there anyways performing their activities at no real additional cost to government so that they could spot the bad guys, the infractions, point out who is doing what at no expense, and yet we've seen no program platform put forward, no ideas on any of that, on how to actually enforce and increase the patrol of these upcoming MPAs. It's another area where this government is simply putting out ideas, has no plan on how to follow through and complete those ideas. Without a funding plan for enforcement, the creation of marine protected areas are little more than government announcements and lines on a map. Out in the ocean, on the high seas, they may mean very little. So what is the government's funding plan for enforcement activities in marine protected areas? Mr. Speaker, there were a number of recommendations. I'm just counting them up here. I believe there was 24 recommendations out of the Standing Committee on the study of marine protected areas. Many of those, in fact, I believe a majority of those were around the consultation process that's needed. The consultation process with fishermen, consultation process that's needed with Indigenous people, with the Inuit, with people right across this country on how it's going to affect them. I also don't want to forget the consultation that needs to take place with the shipping industry. All of those pieces need to be put together into a very intricate puzzle. The recommendation number 15, the creation of marine protected areas be founded on clear objectives, the best available science, or in urgent situations, the application of the precautionary principle. All informed by traditional knowledge contributed by the local Indigenous communities and fishers that have traditionally operated in the area. All of these pieces need to be put together. It's simply, again, the consultation process that needs to take place through the best available science, very clear in the recommendation, except for in urgent situations, but still through the knowledge of the locals. Madam Speaker, this bill has been through the House here. It's now been to the Senate. Amendments were proposed at this House and in the committee. Unfortunately, a lot of those amendments were ignored by this government. We now have amendments that came back from the Senate. Obviously, they saw problems with the bill. So I think in that, Madam Speaker, that we can see the bill is flawed. It needs to be improved. How this government intends to do it, I'm not sure. They will probably try and push it through. In fact, what we've seen in the government's response, rather than basically a page and a half of detailed points that the Senate made in their amendment that need to be corrected, the government's response to that was to take a butcher's knife to it. Basically, send it back to the Senate with 3 small bullet points. And probably bullet points saying, we need to get this done so we can say that we have achieved something. Because they have achieved very little in their 3.5 years. Yep. Madam Speaker, I will wrap up my speech here very shortly. I want to thank the members for being here on a Friday to listen. It's been an important process. I want to thank the Senate for their study of this, the committee that put the work into the study. As I mentioned, even before the government introduced the Bill C-55, in fact, months before, I moved the motion that the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans take a look into how marine protected areas were established, the process and procedure for establishing those to make sure that the science, the consultation was done. The committee did some great work on that. Unfortunately, I don't believe the government has actually followed through on the process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his speech. I disagree with just about 100% of it, and it should not be any surprise because this Bill C-55 really goes to the core of the identity of our government, a government that is committed to conservation. Our government
is so committed to conservation that we took the bold measure of ensuring that there would be no deep water offshore drilling, for which there would be no response were there to be a blowout over the winter in the Beaufort Sea, in the Arctic that we so zealously protect. We are there to protect our jewels and to make sure that they are conserved, whereas the member opposite and the party he represents would simply, in the case of the Arctic, for example, drill baby drill, go in there with no plan, and we would end up paying for the consequences. So I think really what we need to understand here is this is a question of identity. The identity of our government is one of conservation, protection, and yes, economic growth where it is responsible. And unfortunately, I think that the member's comments indicate a completely opposite approach, and that's most unfortunate.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member's disagreement with what we were saying here, but I certainly disagree with what they're trying to say. They have seemingly been taken over by organizations that want to shut down any development whatsoever. We've heard protest or comments from the Premier of the Northwest Territories that basically this government, without consultation, as I've mentioned many times through my intervention, the consultation was key to these closures and so on. This government, without consultation, shut down the entire northern shelf, basically, for any development up there, negatively impacting an entire territory and the economic benefit that they could have seen through that. We've seen the benefit when they found oil and gas off the coast of Newfoundland, how it was developed safely, how there hasn't been a blowout, there hasn't been a problem. The wealth that came into that province of Newfoundland over the past decades was mostly driven by the development, safe development of oil and gas off those coasts. And yet this government is hell-bent on shutting down any type of resource development anywhere in the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. My question is a very specific one. I'd like to ask him because he has a good expertise in this field. He participates at committee, on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee. I'd like to know if the bill, as it is currently written, will enable Canada to meet its international obligations. By that, I mean to protect 10% of protected zones by 2020. That's next year, Madam Speaker. And if the rules, as set out in the Act, will ensure that those zones will be recognized by international organizations because there are significant shortcomings when it comes to protection. Maybe international organizations under conventions won't recognize those zones as protected under the convention. Does he have an opinion, or has he heard experts speak to that issue as to whether the zones that we plan to protect, the areas, will count as part of the 10% that will be protected under the agreement that we signed on the international scene?
For North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope the member will accept my recognition, or that I won't be able to respond to him in his native language, French. I would hate to butcher it in an attempt. So I will respond in English, but thank you him for that question. The targets that were set were targets. It's not a hardline deadline that you have to meet or you get a failing grade and get kicked out of class. That's certainly not the case. Those targets could have been met without a bill like Bill C-55. All Bill C-55 does is allow a lazy government to move forward without accountability, without transparency, to meet a foreign body's influence on what we should do as Canadians. To me, that's terribly wrong. We have the greatest country in the world. As Canadians, we know how to protect it. We know how to conserve it and preserve what needs to be preserved. We shouldn't have to push through a bill that will take away the transparency, the accountability of any body in order just to meet international targets. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I think I'll speak for our side, as we're fortunate to have a member like my colleague who gave a really excellent summary of some of the deficiencies in the law. And this has happened oftentimes, this bill C-55 and others before it that the government has proposed, is where there's an intent, a legitimate intent in the bill, but it's the structure and there are deficiencies in the way the government has gone about proposing different parts of it. And specific to, I want to ask the member a couple of more specific questions. He mentioned some of the amendments that have been proposed both by the Senate and at the House of Commons Committee as well on this bill. And if you could just go over how many amendments were proposed and what was the substance of those amendments just one more time on how to improve C-55 and what our concerns are on this side of the House.
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question on the amendments. There was a lengthy list of amendments. I don't have them all in front of me here, but I believe there were probably 25 or 30 amendments put forward at the Standing Committee during the study of the bill there. There were 23 or 24 recommendations from the study motion that I put forward by the committee, all really geared towards consultation with the local communities, with the local people, with Indigenous nations right across the country. That was the one message we heard time and time and time again. Do not rush this. The process that was in place, that sometimes was taking 5 to 7 years to establish an MPA, was supported by the communities out there. That was what the recommendations were. The amendments that weren't accepted really would have helped to address some of that consultation process, but unfortunately, the government pushed it through without those amendments being accepted. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
I just want to thank the member for responding to my question. The next part of the other question I wanted to ask him is on the consultation piece, because he talked a lot about the communities in the north that he met with either during some of the consultation that C-55, the process through the committee, but as well on his outreach efforts in order to learn more about the impact the bill would have on various communities, both in British Columbia, on the West Coast, but also in our territories in the north. And I'd like if you could specifically speak to some of the impacts that the governments in the north will have to work through and the economic impact it will have on those communities. We know this very well, is that, and then we've heard it from that side too, it's often stated, the economy and environment go hand in hand. It's such an overused verbiage almost. I should replace it perhaps with a good Yiddish proverb. Trying to outsmart everybody is the greatest of follies, which is a Yiddish proverb, and it's actually the substance of this bill. The government is refusing to take amendments, legitimate amendments from the Senate, I believe, that would vastly improve the bill. So if the member could speak to that, I'd love to hear that.
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap has about 1 minute and 20 seconds to respond.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I want to thank the member from Calgary Shepherd for his intervention and his interest in this. As he probably knows, his province, his constituents probably have a much greater interest in this bill than they would suspect. Parts of this bill would would allow the minister to set out marine protected areas or areas of interest that could ban shipping over the entire area. The shipping of products from all over Canada, and in particular, the product of the petroleum resource industry in Alberta and in Calgary. His constituents, my constituents, in fact, constituents right across the country benefit from the shipment of those resources. That is where the crux of this bill is the unbelievable power that is given to the minister to absolutely, arbitrarily draw a line on a map and say, that's it. No ships going through there. No, not anywhere. Those are the kinds of things that his constituents in Calgary Shepherd, my constituents in North Okanagan-Shuswap are extremely concerned with, that this government is giving unfettered power to their ministers to shut down industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to add my voice to that of my colleagues on Bill C-55 and to address the issue before us today, the Senate amendments, which in part have been rejected by the government, and they're putting forth a motion in response, their response to the amendments with a motion to respond to the concerns raised by the Senate. So it's in that context that I rise today to share my views on Bill C-55, an important bill for all Canadians. It's a subject of concern. Canadians are concerned about protecting maritime and marine environments from potential dangers, to ensure that these areas are protected for marine mammals, the fish habitat. This is an issue that is of concern to all Canadians. Just like we seek to protect biodiversity on land, Madam Speaker, Canadians are proud to have national parks, provincial parks, to protect areas of national interest, areas that need protection to be sustainable. This is the very idea behind protecting various areas. They're often beautiful, lovely to visit, and we need to protect them for future generations, to conserve them, to preserve the biodiversity of these areas, flora and fauna, protected for future generations. So it's part of the broader concept of biodiversity in Canada and across the world, so that industrial development doesn't jeopardize or endanger certain species, animal species, plant species, because the alarm was sounded recently for the protection of animal and plant species. 1 million may face extinction shortly if we don't take action. So Canadians all agree that action needs to be taken to protect biodiversity, our ecosystems, so they are sustainable, and the world needs to take similar action, because it's important, of course, to focus on this action in Canada, but we need joint action. We can't take action unilaterally, even though we're the second largest country in terms of geographic size. We can't do what needs to be done to protect global biodiversity on our own. There needs to be agreement with other countries for it to be effective. And this is what we've done internationally, where the international community set objectives, made commitments to protect biodiversity for sensitive areas. And as part of those initiatives, we committed to ensuring that 10% of areas would be protected, and 10% by 2020. Now, I don't need to remind anyone that 2020 is next year, Madam Speaker. It's 2019, and we're at 1%, 1.5% of protected areas, marine areas. And we're also on track to miss the target for 2020 unless the government has an initiative in place to meet that 10% target. And I'm going to explain these reasons, the reasons why it's important to protect these marine areas, and why the targets will not really be protected under the initiative put forth by the government. This bill is a step in the right direction, because at least we're doing something to protect these areas. However, protection is insufficient, and this is unfortunate. As I said, and as we can see on land, in the parks that we protect, for example, protection is solid, tangible. There's no oil and gas exploration allowed or other activity, hunting, fishing, in national parks. It's regulated, all defined. Activities authorized and prohibited are well defined. On land, those areas are well protected. Not just anybody can go and try to find a deposit, an oil deposit, shale gas, or something like that in a national park. Now, the government hasn't extended the same kind of protection for these marine areas, and that's the problem. And, Madam Speaker, on the one hand, we have the Conservatives that didn't do anything to protect marine areas during their mandate, and on the other side, we have the Liberals who are pretending or claiming to protect these areas, to identify zones in Canada, but when we look into the details and delve into it, they won't be protected from oil exploration. And you know, Madam Speaker, just how dangerous that could be. Identifying, finding a deposit and then developing it, you know how dangerous that can be, Madam Speaker, and that's not prohibited in these areas. So Canadians would be surprised to hear that some 2% areas will be protected in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence, but that won't prohibit oil and gas exploration. People would be really astonished to hear that and to learn that it's just a facade that the Liberal government is putting in place to claim that it's protecting these maritime areas, or marine areas rather, but that in fact activities, exploration will be allowed, as will commercial fishing. And that also includes bottom trawling that will enable fishers to pick up crustaceans, fish, everything. So it's completely ridiculous to see that that would be allowed in a protected maritime area, especially when we look at land-based areas where these activities are not allowed. The government has once again yielded, given in to the lobbyists, industry lobbyists, oil and gas, when it's not insurance industries or pharmaceutical companies. In this case, it's oil and gas, the lobbyist groups who, well, and in fact, look at Loblaws. This is another company, a large multinational. And then there's SNC that have real impact in the Prime Minister's office.
So that's another example of the government not wanting to put his foot down and to say that in 10% of these areas, 10% of these areas, as I was saying, will be protected from industry. But he didn't want to do that. He just took a half measure, half step to do a little better than the Conservatives, make it look like he was doing something, be able to make an announcement that they were providing protection, that had a good environmental plan, a good plan to protect the ecosystems, whereas in fact, when you look a little further than the nice words, there's actually not much that's tangible, Madam Speaker, and that is what is so unfortunate. That is what we could have corrected at the Committee of Fisheries and Oceans. My colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam, I believe, was the one who did extraordinary work to provide for better protection so that this would be more than just protected zones on paper. You know, when you go out in the field, what you can see is that nothing has changed, actually. Everything, it's business as usual. So there will be zones on a map. But if you actually go and check, you won't see a difference in a before or after photo on the ground. But what the government says is that they have succeeded in protecting just because they added a few percentage points. But nothing actually has been done. And this is critical. It's absolutely critical to do it now more than ever. Considering the impact of climate change on biodiversity and ecosystems, these are real impacts. When you look at that, and when you look at the fact that ocean currents are changing because of climate change, the temperature of oceans is changing, all this has an impact on biodiversity and on marine biodiversity, notably. You know, we used to think that the ocean was infinite. Whether you went onto the West Coast or the East Coast, that are so well known for their beauty. You see beaches. There are areas where the water is a little colder. But when you go onto the coast, of course you can see how vast the oceans are. It looks like they go on forever. It looks like the horizons are way off in the distance. It looks like that distance is infinite, but now we know full well that they're limited. And the area is limited. We know that full well thanks to our technology. And we know, therefore, that our resources are limited. And that's why we have to protect these areas. We have to make sure that they will last for future generations, as I was saying earlier. We want future generations to be able to also benefit from our resources. If you're talking about, now if we're talking about resources from the ocean, well, we eat those resources. They're delicious. In some areas, more is consumed than in others, but regardless, we have to ensure that these species that we love to consume are protected for future generations so that they also can enjoy them. So we have to be able to enjoy them, but enjoy them responsibly. And we have to make sure that the legislation that we bring in is legislation with teeth that allows for monitoring on the ground. And we have to provide resources to allow those people to make sure that the standards and the legislation is being complied with so that there isn't any irresponsible fishing, so that there isn't any bottom trawling that will affect the resources in these areas. So it requires resources to make sure it's properly implemented, and the government hasn't done that. It's all very well to put false protection on paper. That's bad enough, but then when you look at the fact that there are not enough resources, that becomes very worrisome, and very worrisome for experts. And experts aren't unanimous. They aren't all in agreement with the bill. For example, there are organizations like the World Nature Fund and the World Wildlife Fund, and they said that oil and gas exploration will still be allowed regardless of the harmful effect on the fisheries. And they think that regulations should be strengthened because there are endangered species that will continue to be endangered even with the implementation of this bill. The West Coast Environmental Law Association has also been very critical about the government. And Ms. Nolan said that the amendments perhaps are helpful in the short run. However, these amendments have to go much further. There has to be strong legal teeth for this legislation so that ecological integrity is protected. And she has said that the measures in this bill are clearly insufficient. It's unfortunate that the government has this facade. They claim they're doing something, but there are others as well who have spoken out. The Association for Parks and Nature in Canada advocates for further protection And they have said that the marine protected areas do not meet the standards in the convention. And they say, therefore, it's lacking teeth. They also said what others here have not been able to say. She doesn't necessarily have a definitive solution to the problem, but she's very concerned by the fact that the standards that will be implemented under Bill C-55, the protection standards, will not necessarily be sufficient. They won't be adequate and won't necessarily comply with the convention that we are a part of that calls for 10%. Our goal is 10%. We have 1.5%. But this international organization may not even recognize the marine protected areas that we're establishing under this bill. And that was my question earlier on. My question remained unanswered because we don't know. So experts are very concerned by the fact that even if we go from 1.5% to 8 or 9 over the next several years, these new percentages, these new protected areas may not meet the criteria set under the convention, which means that these zones are so badly protected, even though the government says they are protected, the convention may not recognize those areas. And that's because the bill is so flexible. It lacks so many teeth. And so these protected areas may not even be recognized. And that's a serious mistake. That is, if the government decides to go ahead with a protection that doesn't even meet the standards set out under the convention. So this would be a missed opportunity, especially given the fact that we're lagging behind so many other countries. Not only are we not meeting our goals, we consider to lag, and we consider to lag further and further behind over the years. Like the United States and Australia, unlike the United States and Australia, even in the United States, which isn't necessarily perceived as being one of the greatest defenders of the environment, even the United States have protected 33% of their marine areas from the various risks, and 30% in Australia. So they really are at the top of the list. And Canada, once again, is at the bottom of the list. Because I said earlier, we're not willing to stand up to the big interests of big oil and gas companies. We're not able to, this government isn't able to just stand up, put its foot down and say no to oil and gas exploration in certain areas. It has done it in some places, as my colleague earlier on referred to, in the Beaufort Sea. And there the government did decide, actually, that it was going to ban these activities. Now, it was criticized for the lack of consultation. However, at some point in time, you have to put your foot down in areas like this that are extremely sensitive and vulnerable and that are so difficult to access. In winter, it's very difficult, actually impossible, to clean up any spill or accident that has taken place in areas like that. Take the Gulf of St. Lawrence. There are areas in the St. Lawrence that are extremely sensitive, and we don't know how we're going to be able to do any kind of cleanup or bring the situation back to where it was before if there's any catastrophe that occurs. So the government has to put its foot down. The NDP isn't afraid to stand up for its convictions. It wants true protection of these zones, and it would put its foot down. It would say to the oil and gas industry, no, these activities are too dangerous, and these areas have to be protected for future generations. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives don't want to do anything. The Liberals pretend to do something. But at least there is a group in here, in this House, that will have the courage to do things differently, to truly protect biodiversity in our ecosystems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very pleased to be joining the debate at this time on C-55 and to contribute a couple of thoughts on the debate that I've heard so far in the chamber. You heard from my colleague from North Okanagan, Shuswap, who I think gave an excellent overview of both the contents of the bill, the substance of the amendment being proposed by that other place, the chamber, the Senate chamber, which is proposing a couple of measures that would improve the accountability of the contents of the bill. It's a series of common sense ideas in it. They are very technical in nature. When I went through them myself, they gave me pause thinking exactly what are the implications on the minister, on the requirement to consult and how to consult, as well as some of the other measures inside on how the government would be dealing with applying those like in the real world. Because a lot of what we do here in Ottawa is put theory into legal practice and provide the wording for what we think we want department officials to be doing on the ground. But there's also an entire portion of the application of the legislation and regulations. So what we also want to see is how will it work in the field? Are the ideas in this chamber that have been brought forward by the government and government legislation and the proposals that government members of parliament and opposition members have proposed that there's amending it, how will that actually work out in the real world? It's not enough to have a good intent. It's also what happens on the ground. The reality on the ground is extremely important on whether it'll achieve those same goals. So intent is fine. I think intents are very laudable. We talk a lot about that as politicians, but it's the results on the ground that count the most. Is did you achieve those goals that you set out? And do you have a metric to measure how it's working? We heard from, again, the member from North Okanagan, Shuswap, who gave an excellent overview of the work that the opposition has done, both parties on the opposition side have done, in order to propose amendments and improvements to the bill at various stages, which goes back to when the bill was before the House of Commons Committee. Between 25 and 30 amendments were proposed at that time to try and improve the piece of legislation and make it better. Now, oftentimes, I've been at different committees where I've seen government legislation that has technical flaws in it. And some of them are inadvertent. They are simply copy-pasted from other pieces of legislation. They had perhaps a good intent at the time, but when we sit down with officials and with stakeholder groups, we quickly realize that they have several unintended consequences. And I'll get to one of the unintended consequences in the MPA processes. So these sections of bills that are being changed or the government would say improved on, I've seen at committee different members try to amend them, and I've done it myself at different committees. I have sat on proposed amendments to government legislation that I thought would be a vast improvement. It would fix the bill in a substantive way, perhaps amend a definition like I tried to do on the medical assistance in dying bill that would provide a more technical definition. Here in this particular bill, what we're talking about from the Senate are amendments that, again, like I mentioned, would improve the accountability that the minister has both to Parliament and to Canadians, and are some common sense ideas. Now, whether those amendments and ideas therein are properly executed, I think deserves further investigation and further deliberation. The bill itself, C-55, maximizes the minister's powers. And I have mentioned several times in this chamber now on other pieces of legislation proposed by the government how opposed I am to maximizing ministerial discretion, especially on things like MPAs, where the economic impact and on the livelihood of people in our regions and smaller communities, people who depend on the fisheries for their livelihood, is immense. And I think it's incumbent upon any government, any member of parliament, to ensure that ministers are reined in, that they don't have a free rein to do as they wish, that they are constrained in some way. Too much of the legislation I have seen pass this House leaves it up to Cabinet through orders in council to decide what the details will be. And I'll draw the attention of the House to the cannabis bill, that decriminalized or legalized the sale, distribution of cannabis in Canada, as well as the impaired driving bill, that in those cases created a litany of regulations that were basically to be written by a minister and then approved by cabinet at some point. Some of them were very basic concepts like definitions that should be simply taken out of a dictionary. And we're having the same situation here where the minister's discretion and ability to intervene and interfere in a local area's decision-making process is very broad. And I think that's a deficiency in any government legislation, because oftentimes we then ask those ministers to return to committees and provide a summary, give us some type of semblance of what did you do with those powers that we gave you. And I can say almost in every single situation before committee that I have experienced so far, I've been disappointed with how they've returned to committee to explain how they used those powers. They either went way overboard on their application or fell far short. They didn't actually pass a regulation that met the requirements of Parliament, and were unable to achieve the goals that the legislation set out. Just yesterday, I remember at the Joint Standing Committee on the Scrutiny of Regulations, where eventually the regulations that C-55 enables will make their way into it for gazetting and approval by that committee and review by that committee. Again, yesterday I saw another instance of a government regulation being used by two previous governments, so both Liberal and Conservative, where the officials in the department had done an action and collected information that they were not legally allowed to collect. So then an amendment to a piece of legislation was passed in 2012, and at that point, that collection of information was legalized. And the logical question that all parliamentarians asked, actually was both members in the government caucus and members of the Conservative caucus and the New Democratic caucus asked the same questions. They said, if this collection of information was legalized in 2012, was it illegal before? Because that was what the legal counsel of the committee was telling members of Parliament. In fact, was the case that the government officials had collected improperly a whole suite of very sensitive, proprietary, corporate economic information. Now, my worry in C-55 is, again, that broad discretion being given to the minister during the consultation processes, the setup of the MPA. And I want to quote Jim McIsaac, the Managing Director of BC Commercial Fishing Caucus. He says, right now on the West Coast, we have 10 or 12 different MPA processes. It's impossible for the fishing industry to engage in all of these in a kind of comprehensive way. We need a place where we can sit down and set some of these overarching objectives. If we don't do that, it's just going to disintegrate into a mess. It won't be durable going on. We need a way to bring all available knowledge into these things. And I think that goes to, and it speaks to, some of that consultation overload. And consultation is a great thing. I participate in government consultations when they post them on the website, and I will mention one right after this on the Asian Infrastructure Bank, just as an illustration of where I think the problem with this consultation in the MPA exists. It's 10 or 12 MPA consultation processes at the same time overwhelms one particular industry. It's too much in one area for one group, one sector, one group of workers in an economy to be able to answer to. And you would want in-depth, valuable information to be provided. You don't just want to be checking boxes. Now, in this legislation, I think what the government has done, and I think it's indicated that it doesn't agree with the Senate amendments and didn't agree with many of the Conservative amendments at the House of Commons committee when the bill found itself there, is it's trying to outsmart everybody, and that, I think, is the greatest folly. It is a Yiddish proverb. It's one that's been used many, many times, and we as parliamentarians should know, the government should know, it's impossible to know everything. And that's what consultation is supposed to be about, is the process of discovering what you do not know. It's not supposed to be about affirming what you think you know. It's about discovering what you don't know. And in this case, my thought is if you do 10 to 12 different consultations, again, with these MPA processes, it will overwhelm a particular industry. And I'm much more familiar with energy side consultations on Indigenous communities at Alberta provincial level. In a prior life, I used to work for the Alberta Finance Minister at the time and the Minister of Sustainable Resource Development at the time. And our sustainable resources in Alberta don't happen to be the fisheries. Unfortunately, it's not a major sector in the Alberta economy, but it is a major sector in the British Columbia economy. And we should be worried when we have groups who are telling us that the proposal in the legislation may overwhelm their ability to provide in-depth, valuable information, whether it's traditional knowledge or whether it's qualitative or quantitative data that their industry collects just as part of doing business, part of proposing what they think. So again, I think the consultation angle here is there could be an overwhelming number of them that might make it very difficult for them to meet it. I want to provide another quote for the Chamber's consideration from Christina Burridge, the Executive Director of the BC Seafood Alliance. Closing large areas to fishing off the West Coast does little for biodiversity, little for conservation, little for the men and women up and down the coast who work in our sector and who are middle class or aspire to the middle class and live for the health of Canadians who deserve access to local, sustainable seafood. And I think that's a valuable input from another organization that feels that these MPAs are being proposed, that might have a fine purpose in mind. The difference between intent and impact on the ground, the reality of what you will be doing. And there are several members who've now mentioned during the debates on this particular piece of legislation who've said that they're concerned that the minister will have simply too broad a series of powers in order to do as they will. So they can declare a certain area, cut a certain border for the MPA first, and then consult after the fact. But the economic impact is immediate. The economic impact is instant. People in the area who perhaps depended on a particular type of fishery, or it was a significant part of what they did on a daily basis, will not be able to continue to do so. We'll have to consult with the minister as part of an organization or individually. And there's always the possibility that, in fact, the government will, of course, listen to a particular stakeholder group and will defer. They will move boundaries. They will change them to meet the demands. But the impact will have already happened. There will be already investors, perhaps, or individuals which will have changed their behavior, either the purchasing behavior or the fishing practices that they had. Because in the meantime, you still have to make an income at the end of the day, and you still have to make ends meet. You still have to pay your taxes, because that's something the government will never let up on, and you still have to, attain some type of middle-class lifestyle, which you cannot do. You can't just lay down your tools and wait for the government to finish its consultation process. You can't wait for the minister to be satisfied that they have, in fact, met the requirements of the law. So I think that some of the defects in the bill, some of the shortcomings in the bill could be addressed by some of the proposals in a Senate amendment. And then, of course, if we go looking back, like the member from North Okanagan, Shuswap, mentioned, to some of the amendments proposed on the Conservative side during the committee, about improving the way the consultation is done, again, to protect workers who are out there. Part of the amendments being proposed here also go, and I think touch upon some of the announcements made by the government. The government made an announcement that it was intending on spending about $1.5 billion on ocean protection off the West Coast. It was part of their goal to reach some of their international targets, part of the process towards attaining and ensuring the construction of the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline, so meeting some of the public concerns that individuals had. And I have a couple of issues here in how this legislation and those dollar announcements matter. We've heard from the Auditor General before, the previous Auditor General, who's now passed away tragically from cancer. That Auditor General filed a report late last year saying that this government was more interested in big dollar announcements in its news releases, and actually went in depth into attacking the government's means of actually testing how they're achieving their goals. They rated their success, he said, at the time, according to how much money had been shoveled out the door, not the actual impacts on the ground. And he had a more broader critique of how the government has been managed, the operations of the government. This legislation, C-55, operationalizes MPAs in a lot of ways. It actually is a much meatier piece of legislation. Many people realize the consultation processes, the conservation of these broad maritime ecosystems, and also the termination of economic activity in many of these areas for certain types of fisheries, or the potential of certain type of fisheries, is a big operational part of government. And we've seen time and time again in different parts of the government, their inability to actually meet their own departmental plans that every single minister tables in this House. Many shortcomings on that side, loading up departments with more work while cutting back on the total FTE count of the department, total employees in the department. But they seem to rate their success simply by how much money has gone out the door, or sometimes if the money hasn't even moved, by the quality of the news release being put out and the dollar figure. If there seems to be $1 billion after the number, they say, job well done, mission is successful, we've achieved our goals. And back to the TMX pipeline for a moment, because I am a member representing a Calgary riding, I am an Albertan. On the TMX pipeline, this is a perfect example right there. The government created an environment, an investment environment, a public policy situation where a company felt obliged to give public notice to its shareholders after a board meeting that it was thinking of backing out of the pipeline expansion. It was not going to meet its goals. The government had created an environment where then it felt obliged to expropriate the pipeline from Kinder Morgan and purchase it for $4.5 billion. And here comes the operationalizing component. My worries about C-55 and whether they'll be able to operationalize all of this, whether they're overwhelming communities with too much consultation. That operational part of it, they haven't been able to build a single inch of pipe to twin the TMX line to the West Coast. Despite the fact that they promised legislation, despite the fact that they promised over 300 days ago to actually get it built, despite the fact that we're now almost 2 construction seasons have been thrown away. And I hear a member on the government caucus side from Toronto who is heckling me this time. I'll remind him that the previous government had approved 4 pipelines. I'll remind him that the previous government had a record of actually building pipelines. I'll also remind that under his government's watch, the government that he defends, there are more pipelines that have been canceled, more kilometers of pipelines have been canceled. Over 7,000 kilometers of pipe have been canceled in this country. The LNG Canada project, Madam Speaker, on the West Coast is a $40 billion project that was approved by the regulator in 2012 and approved by the cabinet, the previous Stephen Harper government. They approved it. It took 6 years before the companies felt that the business environment was good enough. 3 years, 2015 to 2018, it was on the cusp of being canceled. The only thing that saved the project is this government exempted them from the carbon tax. That's the only reason the company went ahead with it, a $40 billion project. And under their watch, Madam Speaker, $78 billion worth of LNG projects have been canceled.
Unfortunately, it being 1:30. No. Oh, sorry. Okay, so the honourable member will actually have 2 minutes the next time that this bill is before the House. The honourable House Leader for the government has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the consideration of Senate amendments to Bill C-55, an act to amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. And also, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 81.4, I would like to designate Wednesday, May 15th for consideration in Committee of the Whole of the main estimates for the Department of National Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill S-203, Ending the Captivity of Whales and Dolphins Act, standing in the name of Ms. May.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion à l'étape du rapport,
as there is no motion at report stage, the House will now go directly to the report stage vote. Ms. May?
To amend the criminal code and other acts ending the captivity of whales and dolphins be concurred in that report stage. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
On division?
On division.
On division. Ms. May, seconded by Ms. Hardcastle, moves that Bill S-203, an act to amend the criminal code and other acts ending the captivity of whales and dolphins, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to those members who are applauding this historic day. We are very, very grateful. And I speak for myself and for many Canadians from coast to coast to coast for the assistance of the Honourable Minister for Fisheries, the assistance of the Honourable Minister for the Environment, and of their parliamentary secretaries in assisting this bill to get through this place after its long, long, long gestation in the Senate. We are extremely grateful for that support to expedite the passage of this bill so that it can receive royal assent before this House adjourns for the summer and the election. I am only going to canvass briefly the elements of the bill. I think we're all very familiar with it. It started in the Senate. It was sponsored by an absolutely terrific Canadian who would make the case, I think, that we should change the mandatory retirement at age 75 for members of the Senate. But Senator Wilfred Moore of Nova Scotia brought this bill forward in 2015, and on his retirement, it was taken up by another magnificent and inspiring leader within this country, former jurist Senator Murray Sinclair. All of their work and all of the witnesses in the long hearings before the Senate made the same point over and over again. In the 21st century, we simply know better than to think cetaceans belong in captivity. We can no longer pretend that the entertainment value of these magnificent, sentient creatures in swimming pools anywhere in Canada is acceptable. Parallel with our efforts on S-203, the former Minister of Fisheries, within a very good bill, Bill C-68, which is currently before the Senate, we certainly hope it will pass soon, and that was again the efforts of our former Minister of Fisheries, the Honourable Member for Beausejour, to whom I once again want to underline my deep thanks for all of his work as Minister of Fisheries. But that bill, C-68, makes it illegal to take a cetacean into captivity in Canadian waters. This bill, S-203, finishes that piece and makes it comprehensive by saying, yes, and we won't breed cetaceans in captivity. We won't buy cetaceans from other countries and keep them in captivity. We are listening to the science, and we are taking the appropriate actions. With the time remaining, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank other people who've played a significant role in seeing this largely nonpartisan effort, supported by thousands and thousands of Canadians, come to this point. I want to thank the honourable member from, oh, now you see I've got the names. Well, Courtney Alberni, for sure, and, oh dear, New Westminster, and Toronto Beaches, and Pontiac. This is my, Madam Speaker, I'm doing your job. Now I'm trying to remember everybody's name without help. The Minister of Fisheries, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister for Fisheries, the member for West Nova, the member for another PEI riding. Okay, I think it's Malpeque. No, it's not Malpeque. It's, oh, see, this is terrible, Madam Speaker. Thanking people. The member from Avalon, The member from Charlottetown, thank you very much. The member from Repentigny from the Bloc Québécois, and help from members on all sides of the House, including the party that didn't support the bill. I'd say there's individual members of that party who were very helpful. The NGO community has been very helpful in assisting the process by networking with good scientists and also making sure the community of Canadians concerned with cetaceans received assistance. So Animal Justice and their spectacular lawyer, Camille Labchuk, Humane Society of Canada, Humane Society International, Ontario Captive Animal Watch, Animal Alliance, World Animal Protection, and the Whale Sanctuary Project, and scientists, Dr. Lori Marino, Dr. Ingrid Visser, who testified by video link all the way from New Zealand, Dr. Naomi Rose, Dr. Hal Whitehead of Dalhousie University, and Phil Demers. All of these scientists, NGOs, and individual elected Canadians, and those from the other place, unelected, worked diligently, did our homework with one aim only, to end a practice that we all know is wrong. Pour moi, c'est un grand honneur.
It is a great honor for me. I am proud to be able to steer this private member's business bill. It is a great honor. I am astonished by the level of support in Canada. And I want to say one thing. Thank you.
In your debt, as are our wonderful free whales. And although it was certainly an accident of fate and Parliament that this bill was brought forward by Senator Wilfred Moore, I'll just say one more time, Free Willy. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the Leader of the Green Party for her contributions in today's debate and for her contributions every day in this House. They are always welcome and always to the point. I wanted to ask her something about an important aspect of what she mentioned in her comments today about 203, and it's this notion about the sentient nature of so many creatures that exist on our planet. And for a long time, even when many of us were much younger, we learned about dolphins and a bit less so about whales, about that sentient nature. But perhaps you could just elaborate a bit on how that science and that evidence is developing and what the next frontier holds in terms of further protections beyond just whales and dolphins, in terms of protecting the animal kingdom better and the species that exist on this planet.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And having had a chance to look at my list, I'm mortified that I had not said the correct writing name of someone who played a huge role, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam. So I want to make sure that's on the record. The science increasingly tells us that it constitutes cruelty to animals to take these cetaceans and keep them in confined spaces. They communicate as families. They communicate as communities. They use language. And the communication requires the space, the range. They are creatures that travel enormous distances. That's part of the health of the animal requires being able to function in community. We saw it in the wild this summer when one of the members of our southern resident killer whale population gave birth to a calf that died almost immediately, and the mother of that whale pushed the calf through the water on her nose, keeping it above the water, although dead, for an astonishing 17-day period of mourning. It's certainly not possible to imagine that these creatures could live in swimming pools. The science is clear.
Comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Leader of the Green Party for her work on this file. Being a member from Niagara, we have an unfortunate place, I don't know how else to describe it, in the backyard of my riding, which is Marineland, which is quite troubling to see such incredible animals being confined to such horrible conditions in small tanks, and having had the fortune to see these animals in the wild traveling kilometers at a time and being confined to such a small space. I was wondering if the honourable member could comment on that business model, and hopefully that this bill will push Marineland to develop a new business model where tourists and residents of Niagara can be proud of something in our own backyard like that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend from Niagara. It is a difficult thing that when this bill came forward, there were 2 facilities in Canada that held cetaceans in captivity. Vancouver Aquarium quite rightly made a decision voluntarily. It was very controversial also within decisions made by the City of Vancouver Council that they would no longer hold cetaceans in captivity. Marineland's been taking a different approach to fight this bill tooth and nail. I hope Marineland can adjust its business model. I think it's a fantastic tourist attraction. It's in a perfect location, and I'm not a marketer. But if I were a marketer, I'd suggest they talk to the people at Cirque du Soleil. I would suggest they convert that swimming pool for whales in cruel conditions to brilliant acrobats dressed as mermaids, cavorting on trapezes up and down and attracting crowds like they've never seen before. And then we can all say with a big smile on our face, everybody loves Marineland.
We have time for a very brief question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
This debate, I know, will continue, Madam Speaker, but I just want to ask the honourable member, has she had an opportunity to compare what's in her bill to what's in the government's bill, C-68, which is now before the Senate? Because that bill C-68, it covers a lot of ground, but a number of the issues are very similar, if not identical, to what is in her private member's bill. And, okay, I'll ask her to comment.
Yeah, just got to allow her to answer a brief answer from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
To my dear friend from Niagara, I'll just say the C-68 is a terrific piece of legislation. It does ban the taking of whales from Canadian waters, but it does not speak to the pith and substance and core of this bill, which is that you can't continue to hold them in captivity, you can't breed them for captivity, you can't keep whales in captivity.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to join this important debate on Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts which would end the captivity of whales and dolphins. Both I and my constituents in Parkdale High Park have anticipated this piece of legislation for some time since it moved from the Senate into this House. And now that it has returned from the Fisheries and Oceans Committee without amendment, I'm pleased to stand and speak in favor of this bill. And it is important to highlight the important work that was done, I believe, by a unanimous Fisheries and Oceans Committee to get it back expeditiously before this House now. And before I speak to the substantive elements of the bill, I want to also add my voice to the voice echoed by the Leader of the Green Party to thank the Senate sponsors for this bill, the now retired Senator Wilfred Moore, Senator Murray Sinclair, who carried the bill forward after Senator Moore's retirement, and the House of Commons sponsor, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who just commenced this debate today. All of these individuals have been tireless advocates for this legislation, and their activism and their advocacy has helped carry S-203 to this point that we are at now this afternoon. The bill itself, Madam Speaker, seeks to prohibit the taking of a cetacean into captivity and will amend the Criminal Code to create offences respecting cetaceans in captivity. It will also amend other acts to require a permit for the import of a cetacean into Canada and the export of one from Canada. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I want to begin by tracking our government's progress on the commitment to promote animal welfare rights in Canada and abroad. This is an important issue to me, it is an important issue to the constituents of my riding of Parkdale High Park, as I frequently hear from them about the work we must all do collectively to ensure the welfare of animals. Since 2015, we have made progress on this commitment. In my role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, one of the pieces of legislation that I've had the privilege of working on is Bill C-84, an act to amend the Criminal Code in relationship to bestiality and animal fighting. That bill will make important amendments to our criminal code to change the definition of bestiality and to expand the animal fighting provisions to capture more of this conduct and to assure that offenders are brought to justice. It is indeed a momentous week this week in this chamber, Madam Speaker, because it was only this week that Bill C-84 received third reading and was then sent to the Senate. And I, along with many others, look forward to its study and its eventual passage there. But in the same week that we've dealt with C-84 in this chamber, we are dealing now today with S-203. So an important week for animal rights in this country. Our government has also been active on ensuring proper and humane animal transport with the help of stakeholders such as farmers, industry groups, provinces and territories, and veterinarians. Federally, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA, Madam Speaker, administers the enforcement of regulations related to animal transport, and plans are underway to modernize the regulations and humane transport provisions of the health of animals regulations. These have not been updated since the 1970s, Madam Speaker. The need is clear to reduce animal suffering during transportation. In 2017, we also announced an investment of $1.31 million to an entity known as the Canadian Animal Health Coalition, the CAHC, to help ensure the safe transportation of livestock, develop emergency management tools for the livestock industry, and improve animal care assessments. We've also been engaged with stakeholders on the topic of animal welfare during the slaughter process, Madam Speaker. The stakeholders in my riding of Parkdale High Park have spoken to me repeatedly about the need to ensure that animals are handled humanely at all points of their lives and that the high standards we expect for animal treatment are upheld. I absolutely agree with this sentiment and that this kind of protection must be a priority, which is why I serve currently as a member of the Liberal Animal Welfare Caucus. But let's get back to the bill before us, S-203. Scientists agree, Madam Speaker, that whales, dolphins, and other extraordinary marine mammals like them should not be kept in captivity or bred in captivity, and doing so amounts to cruelty. Additionally, it is well documented that the live capture of a cetacean and its transport to a foreign habitat harms the natural habitat that the cetaceans originate from. At a time when oceans are under increased threat from a number of sources, such as habitat destruction, coastal pollution, overfishing, and global warming, which all harm these cetaceans, we can scarcely afford to be keeping them in captivity. We must also think about the difficult living conditions for a cetacean that would live in a confined space, such as an aquarium, Madam Speaker, without having any social contact and normal activities that most cetaceans in the wild would enjoy. Those that live in captivity suffer from a higher rate of physical health issues and a lower life expectancy. As well, we know that calves generally suffer from a much higher mortality rate and a lack of emotional connection to others of their species as a result of the limited space when they're in captivity. Therefore, where we may see whales, dolphins, and other cetaceans in an aquarium as a form of entertainment in bygone years, in many cases, we now realize that it actually amounts to animal cruelty. Thus, our government firmly agrees that the capture of cetaceans for the sole purpose of being kept in public display should be ended. Importantly, while the banning of whale captivity is not yet in law, the practice has been in place for some years now, which is a good sign. Bill C-68, which was mentioned early in today's debate in one of the questions by a member opposite, Bill C-68 was introduced by our government, and it's currently in the Senate, and it passed this House in June of last year. It includes amendments to end the captivity of whales unless for rehabilitation. That legislation is now, this legislation that is now before us is the next step, and the next important step, Madam Speaker, in ensuring the safety and security of these intelligent and complex creatures. Presently, as was mentioned by the leader of the Green Party, there are 2 aquaria in Canada that were holding cetaceans: the Vancouver Aquarium in BC and Marineland in Ontario. The Vancouver Aquarium, which is a not-for-profit institution, currently has a Pacific white-sided dolphin that was rescued from the wild and deemed unreleasable, as well as 5 belugas on loan to the aquaria in the United States. The Vancouver Park Board has not permitted the aquarium to hold cetaceans captured from the wild for display purposes since 1996, but it does work with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to respond to cetaceans in the wild requiring rescue and rehabilitation. Marineland holds the remaining balance of cetaceans, including one orca. The Ministry of Fisheries retains the authority to issue a license for the capture of live cetaceans. However, only one such license has actually been issued over the past decade, Madam Speaker, and that was for the rescue and rehabilitation of a stranded Pseudorca calf. No license has been issued for the purpose of displaying a cetacean publicly in over 20 years. As stated earlier, Madam Speaker, it has been the practice of successive Canadian governments that cetaceans not be captured or placed in captivity unless for rehabilitation. It is also important to note that the elements of Bill S-203 that relate to the protection of the rights of Indigenous persons, some of which feature whales and dolphins as a key component of their culture and traditions. These provisions were not actually initially part of the bill, and through a significant consultation process, Madam Speaker, that took place while S-203 was being studied in the Senate, the bill was sufficiently and appropriately altered. It is essential to consider and address the needs of Indigenous peoples, and this is something that I've heard frequently from the knowledgeable, engaged constituents of my riding of Parkdale High Park, but literally from people right around the country. What they've always echoed to me is that we in this place as legislators must apply an Indigenous lens to all of the legislation, government or otherwise, that comes before us. And I'm pleased to see that that is in fact exactly what was done in the Senate when they engaged in those consultations. This legislation complements our government's work, which I've outlined. We are committed to the recovery and protection of marine mammals. This commitment is evident through another investment which we have made, which is a $1.5 billion investment into what is a very historic oceans protections plan, which would help restore our marine ecosystems in partnership with our Indigenous partners. As well, there has been a 5-year, $167 million investment into what is called the Whales Initiative, which will take concrete steps to help endangered whales and reduce the impact of human-caused threats, as well as our latest announcement of $61 million for measures in support of the southern resident killer whale population off of the coast of British Columbia. This bill, S-203, is one aspect of the support that our government has given to marine animals and their habitat. S-203 is supported by very significant leaders in the field of marine science and welfare, including Humane Canada, Animal Justice, and even the former head trainer at Marineland itself, Mr. Phil Demers, who's expressed support for the measures in this bill. What I think we are seeing here, Madam Speaker, with S-203 is the proper and necessary evolution of rights protection for animals in this country. It is a bill whose time has come. It is a bill that I'm very proud to support on behalf of my constituents and as a member of the government. I urge all members to do the same. Merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise and speak to Bill S-203, an act to amend the criminal code and other acts leading to ending the captivity of whales and dolphins. This bill amends the criminal code to create offences respecting cetaceans in captivity. It also amends the Fisheries Act to prohibit the taking of cetaceans into captivity, and the Wild Animal and Plant Protection and Regulations of International and Interprovincial Trade Act to require a permit for the import of a cetacean into Canada and the export of a cetacean from Canada. Madam Speaker, this bill seems to be falling under the same umbrella, the same mode of operation of this government. It's being rushed through this House. I wasn't able to attend the day that the bill was supposed to be debated clause by clause, or was debated clause by clause, where amendments might be considered at the Standing Committee on Fisheries for amendments to be brought back to the House. But it's my understanding that even the Liberal government put forward 4 amendments for this bill, had these amendments drafted, because they could see that the bill was flawed. So they drafted these amendments, corrections to a bill that's been out there for a lengthy period of time. But when it actually came time to debate those amendments, the Liberals drew them back. Now, there's only speculation, but it's speculation that it was because of pressure from outside groups, behind closed doors, under cabinet confidence, something that the public can't have access to, that they were pressured to withdraw those amendments. That's a concerning factor for me, Madam Speaker. As the Deputy Shadow Minister for Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard, and a member of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, we seem to see a trend recurring over and over again where the government promises consultation and claims to do the consultation with the locals and the people that are affected, the businesses, the aquariums, the fishermen that might be affected by laws they're changing or regulations they're changing. And then after they've done all that supposed consultation, they go back behind closed doors where they appear to be lobbied by foreign interest groups, special interest groups, and that lobbying seems to have more effect than the open and transparent consultation process that should be taking place with an open and transparent government, which unfortunately we really seem to be lacking right now. Now, S203 has been rushed through the House of Commons without study, and in short time that the members of Parliament have had, many issues have been flagged. These issues range from the constitutional concerns to practical considerations that have been simply overlooked. This happens when legislation is rushed through and not carefully considered. Had the members been given more time to review and study the bill, many of these problems could have been solved with simple amendments. These amendments would benefit cetaceans, Canadians, and stakeholders alike. Madam Speaker, just recently another major issue that was flagged in S203, this one could impact hundreds of thousands of Canadians and their vacation plans over time. As it currently reads, S203 could negatively impact Canadians' Canada's travel and tourism industry. More specifically, S203 could negatively impact travel agencies and Canadian vacationers who travel abroad and visit captive cetaceans in other countries. Now, it's been argued that this isn't the case, but legal advice cannot irrefutably dissolve this. They cannot say for certain that that is not the case. It's going to have to take court action, a court decision to say whether that's the case. I have before me a letter recently from Marineland that raises the concerns in great deal, and I'll quote from that. There was considerable discussion at the House of Commons Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans with respect to the prohibition on using cetaceans in performances for entertainment purposes and the broadness of the legislation. The section reads, everyone commits an offense who promotes, arranges, conducts, assists in, receives money for, or takes part in any meeting, competition, exhibition, pastime, practice, display, or event at or in the course of which captive cetaceans are used for performance, for entertainment purposes, unless such performance is authorized pursuant to a license issued by the Lieutenant Governor in Council of the province by such other person or authority in a province as may be specified by the Lieutenant Governor in Council. A plain reading of the legislation offers no ambiguity. It says everyone, which means every human being in Canada commits an offense when they do any of the following: promotes, arranges, conducts, assists in, receives money for, or takes part in. Travel agents in Canada promote and receive money for selling excursions to constituents of ours who then take part in, and many end up promoting the experience of their own on social media in Canada. The exemption that is proposed in the section will not apply to the shows that today's travel agents in our communities are actively promoting and receiving money from, nor will it apply to constituents who take part in these shows and may promote it and encourage others on social media to participate in similar shows in the future. Department of Justice lawyers were not able to refute Marineland of Canada's contention that travel agents who promote and receive money from selling tickets to such shows occurring outside of Canada will not be criminally charged for doing so. This is the department's own justice lawyers not able to refute that travel agents who promote or receive money from selling tickets to such shows occurring outside of Canada will not be criminally charged for doing so. While Marineland is not concerned about this clause of legislation impacting their facility, we simply cannot offer that such a show for entertainment purposes. They believe this clause highlights the perils of using private members' legislation originating in the Senate to amend the Criminal Code of Canada. They've reviewed travel agency offerings throughout Canada and have found that there are travel agents in every Canadian province that promote and sell tickets to and therefore receive money from captive swim with the dolphin experiences and captive cetacean shows that have been covered by S203. The Department of Justice lawyer suggesting it is unlikely these people or Canadians who urge their friends on Facebook to swim with the dolphins on their next trip will not be prosecuted does not go far enough in addressing what is clearly a flaw in S203. Every single Canadian has a positive obligation to comply with all relevant sections of the criminal code at all times. And simply stating that while an act might be illegal because the person breaking the law is unlikely to be prosecuted is not okay. If members pass S203 with the current wording contained in the entertainment prohibition, you will be criminalizing the actions of vacationers from ridings who head south and participate in these lawful activities, and the travel agents in ridings and provinces who sell these excursions. Is it truly the intention to leave Canadians in a position where posting about their lawful experience in another country can become a criminal offense if they encourage others to swim with the dolphins when they go on a vacation? Is it truly the intention to criminally charge travel agents for selling vacations to Hawaii, Mexico, Cuba, the Bahamas, and including an excursion that involves swimming with the dolphins or a captive cetacean show? As it is currently written, that is what the legislation will do, and what we would be endorsing if we vote for it. It will certainly be of interest.
Unfortunately, the member's time is up.
No.
I'm sure he had more to say, but I'm sure that his colleagues at some point will be able to add. Resuming debate, the honourable member, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the behalf of my constituents to this bill. I know that the majority of them will be supporting this bill as well. It's a bill from the Senate. It's before us at third reading today. And I'd just like to take a few moments to speak to the bill and then to I hope that it will receive royal assent. It's a pleasure for me to express my support for this bill on behalf of the NDP, which aims to eliminate captivity of cetaceans. And I believe that no one will challenge the scientific evidence showing that cetaceans are very intelligent creatures. They must be treated well so they can live happily. And so I think that no one in this House will challenge the fact that they are particularly intelligent animals. And this bill aims to ensure that an end is put to captivity with some notable exceptions for rehabilitation, for example, and some other cases of scientific research that ideally in a natural environment so that research can be conducted on these species in their natural environment. So this is a very reasonable and balanced bill that makes good sense. And I know that the people of Sherbrooke support this idea. To bring forth some scientific data, cetaceans in captivity have a reduced life expectancy. Infant mortality is higher, and the facilities they're kept in can't meet their social needs because they need a great deal of space to live in, and that is the fundamental reason why this is such a good bill. The facilities, regardless of their size, Madam Speaker, realistically cannot be large enough to take into account the biological and social needs of these animals. When they're captured, they experience distress. They can't swim the distances they need to. They spend some 80% of their time at the surface when they're in captivity, which is also not natural for them. Normally, they spend that amount of time in the water below the surface when they're in their natural environment. They can't hunt in captivity. Sometimes they have very sophisticated methods for hunting, but there is nothing to hunt in their environment, their captive environment. They're fed. The food is not as diversified as what they would be eating in their natural environment either. They suffer from solitude when they are separated from others in their pod. They are oftentimes alone, offspring separated for their mothers or sent otherwhere in captivity to be on display for the public. There's also the issue of the absence of a sound that they normally listen to in captivity. In addition to many cases, they're exposed to sound that come from the facilities, the public that want in attendance. This creates a great deal of sound that doesn't normally exist in their natural environment. And it has been shown that keeping these animals in captivity is extremely cruel. People have been made aware of the situation, and a few months back, in fact, a few weeks back, in Russia, there are scores of cetaceans being kept in close confines. They can't swim to exercise their muscles. And I believe that everyone was horrified by the images in Quebec, in Canada, in Sherbrooke. People expect us to have exemplary practices and to not allow them to be kept in captivity. This is a balanced bill. The majority of people in my riding agree with putting an end to this practice. We need to show leadership at the international level. and we must not be complicit in such cruel practices. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time, and I congratulate the person behind this, the sponsor of the bill in the other place, the sponsor in this place, and all who have contributed to the debate that will help this bill move forward so that it receives royal assent as quickly as possible. I will stop here and to ensure that the bill can proceed and receive royal assent as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts, also known as the Act for Ending the Captivity of Whales and Dolphins. The bill proposes changes to 3 acts: the Criminal Code, the Fisheries Act, and the Wild Animal and Plant Protection and Regulation of International and Interprovincial Trade Act, an act whose name didn't take advantage of creative acronym design. I want to begin by first stating that I am indeed, like Canadians across the country, in favor of this bill, and I know that this government supports this bill. I actually deferred my opportunity to speak on my own private member's motion M196 and worked with the member of Saanich Gulf Islands in order to help advance this important legislation before the session ends. And who knows, maybe I won't get an opportunity to speak on my motion, but I know that this is very important to Canadians, and seeing it so close to the finish line, it felt like it was the right move to make. I'm honored by the small role that I may have been able to play in advancing the common good across party lines and between the other place and this place. I also want to highlight the Liberal members of the Fisheries Committee that passed this bill unamended at their committee. Their leadership
Their leadership enabled this bill to move forward, and it is now closer to being debated than before.
We have come to learn more about the living needs of whales and other cetaceans, that keeping them in captivity is simply the wrong thing to do. Et ce n'est pas seulement au Canada.
And it's not just in Canada, but across the world, there is support for ending captivity. Throughout Canada, in places around Newfoundland, in the Baie des Chaleurs to Vancouver, in our oceans, Canadians can see the most majestic marine mammals in their natural environments.
Animals that living in captivity is far from in their best interest, and that is why Canadians across the country have shown continued support for banning whales in captivity. I would also like to add that while the banning of whale captivity is not yet in legislation, the practice has been in place for years in Canada, and our government continues to support this. Le permis de capture des...
The permits for capturing living cetaceans are only delivered by the department for scientific research or rehabilitation.
Only one license has been issued for the rehabilitation of a live stranded pseudo-orca calf. Our government has also taken notice of the growing concern to ensure that cetaceans are not being captured for the sole purpose of being kept for public display. That is why our government introduced Bill C-68, which will currently before the committee in the other place and will be reported out of committee, we hope, by next week, which contains amendments that would prohibit the captivity of whales and allow the minister to put in place regulations to ban the import and export of cetaceans. Today, of course, there are only 2 facilities in Canada that house cetaceans: Marineland in Niagara Falls, Ontario, and the Vancouver Aquarium in British Columbia. Marineland, of course, is a commercial facility with approximately 60 cetaceans. Most are belugas, with one being a killer whale. The Vancouver Aquarium is a not-for-profit facility that has 1 cetacean at its facility, a 30-year-old Pacific white-sided dolphin that was rescued from the wild and has been deemed to be unfit for release back into the wild. The Vancouver Aquarium works with Fisheries and Oceans Canada to rescue and rehabilitate marine mammals in distress. Mais nous savons que nous devons...
But we know that we must do more to ensure that cetaceans continue to be protected. That's why we must clearly state through legislation that whales should not be in captivity. Today, we're debating the ability for them to remain in their natural environment. I also want to point out the importance and need for ensuring that their marine environments are protected.
real investments to protect and conserve our marine environment. In 2016, the Prime Minister announced $1.5 billion for the Oceans Protection Plan, which has since funded 55 coastal restoration projects in helping to address threats to marine mammals from vessel noise and collisions, increased our on-scene environmental response capacity, and much, much more. As part of Budget 2018, this government also announced $167.4 million for the Whales Initiative, which has further funded recovery plans for endangered species such as the southern resident killer whale, beluga whale, and in my area of the world, the North Atlantic right whale.
Our government continues to take steps to protect their environments. We introduced new standards for marine environments to ensure that areas of ecological importance will not be perturbed by oil and gas exploration. That follows on the heels of a consultative committee, an expert committee on marine zones, and this has the support of Canada and the world.
Will help ensure for a healthy ocean and the health of our marine species such as whales and dolphins a good future. But I really cannot say enough about the Oceans Protection Plan, Madam Speaker. Infrastructure, coastal restoration, abandoned, derelict, and wrecked vessel programs, Arctic marine protection, science and research, pilotage review. In my riding of St. John's East, there's an institute called the Marine Institute. I had the good fortune to be there in September of 2011 with the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard at the time, now our good friend from Beausejour who is on leave, the former Minister of Veterans Affairs, now the Minister of Indigenous Services, my good friend and colleague, the member for Avalon, to announce important work that's being done to restore marine habitat in Avalon using expertise that comes from the university in my riding, the Marine Institute. And we announced a program to reestablish the eel beds in Placentia Bay to increase that habitat. This is where lots of species, scallops, shrimp, cod, whales, start their lives. And so it's important to protect these areas, improve the health and ability of our oceans to be fully functioning after, in certain areas where they've become damaged due to industrial activity. This particular project, is small in comparison to the overall total. It's about $7.4 million. And although it was announced on my on the anniversary of my wedding anniversary, my wife wasn't too upset with that. We had opportunity to celebrate later. It didn't impact. But the money is actually already being spent. Last summer, scientists were able to go out into Placentia Bay, do the diving, and begin that restoration work in Placentia Bay that will pay dividends for years to come. And so it's wonderful to work with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands on this. And as we did a little bit of social media earlier when we did the swap for times, a lot of people came back to me and asked some important questions on how our government can be supporting industrial activity in the oil and gas sector and at the same time supporting environmental protections. And they felt that it was counterintuitive or perhaps even contradictory, but it can be no farther from the truth, Madam Speaker. The only way that governments can move forward and protect the environment and fund a transition of our economy to a clean economy is with economic growth from our traditional sectors and resource development. We must continue to work on demand side, and this means the purchasing decisions made by consumers and how they engage in their daily lives, but at the same time allow our natural resource sectors to engage in environmentally responsible development so that we can tap into export markets. We can't allow countries that don't have good environmental records to capitalize on oil and gas profits through their exports and not allow our industry to thrive. That's why our government at the same time is doing all this great work to help whales in the wild and help prevent whales in captivity, is also funding Trans Mountain expansion and has recently approved, with many conditions, the continued exploration for 2 projects in northeast coast of Newfoundland and Labrador for oil exploration. ExxonMobil and Equinor have the opportunity now this summer and over the course of the next decade to drill exploratory drills in our waters, subject to conditions that protect the right whales, that protect our oceans, and we use this prosperity, Madam Speaker, to fund things like the Ocean Protection Plan. And so I encourage,
I will conclude by saying that I'm happy today to be here to join my voice to that of Canadians from across the country who have spoken in favour of ending captivity of whales and dolphins. For too long, they have been kept in captivity, and we know that that must be changed.
Activity, Madam Speaker. They belong in the wild, and I encourage all members to support this legislation. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honour member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Oh, bravo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm pleased to be joining debate on S203, of which I have gotten a fair volume of correspondence from constituents in my riding of Calgary-Shepherd, and whom I'm pleased to represent. So a lot of them were sent to me on behalf of various organizations across Canada who have been promoting S203 as a solution to cetaceans in captivity. Before I continue on more into the bill, I want to make one mention. The member for St. John's East, I think, has had the best observation about a Senate bill I have ever heard in this chamber, that this bill didn't take advantage of creative acronym design. It's been 4 years, I'll give him that. That is probably the one observation I have not looked at, how acronyms are created with certain bills. So I'll give him kudos for that one, but not for the contents of what he said, especially on the Oceans Protection Plan, which is a $1.5 billion plan with very little spending so far. The Coast Guard ships that have been built are still in dock in Nanaimo with no crews to service them and to actually use them in the field. I have not seen any spending, any actual spending of the dollars associated with the plan. So that's kind of the first the part of my reply to what he mentioned. To the substance of the bill, though, I feel as if I need to do an introduction. I have been writing back to my constituents who have been writing to me on S203, and I've had a back and forth with a few of them, disagreements over some of the technical aspects of the bill, because one thing I want to mention is I think that the bill actually broaches a certain area of provincial jurisdiction, animal welfare laws typically, by going after the criminal code. And it's a way for Parliament to make a judgment call about a certain practice in Canadian society. And in this case is the captivity of cetaceans. And of course, I share the same concern that a lot of my constituents have, and a lot of members of Parliament in this chamber have expressed, over the necessary protection of whales, dolphins, and other aquatic animals. Nobody wants to see them suffer. I think the member for Sherbrooke brought up an example of what happens in the Russian Federation. And of course, there are examples all over the world of animal husbandry practices, captivity practices that are abhorrent, that most of us would say is brutal and it should not be happening, but unfortunately it does, because people use animals for entertainment purposes. They use them also to generate an income as well. To some of the historical aspects, as I think another member mentioned, there's been no live capture since 1992. It's true that wild beluga whales and bottlenose dolphins have been imported from foreign sources. It's been reported also in various CBC articles and other media that parts of, like I said, parts of this bill seem to be veering into an area of provincial jurisdictions as animal welfare laws, and Ontario has already banned captivity and breeding in captivity of orcas, which is one of the concerns I had with the bill going the route of amending the criminal code. And it's perhaps a more process issue that I have with it. I just believe, again, going back to the previous debate we had earlier today on C-55, is the intent of the bill, like this one, S-203, the intent, I don't think a great many members disagree with the principle of the matter. It's the execution that we have concerns with. And I have a few scientists who I'm going to quote, some that provided testimony at committee or committees, and then some who provided feedback through correspondence that I've received and that the member for Caribou Prince George received as well. I want to mention that this is a very unusual bill because it's received review over 17 committee meetings in an 8-month period. It was tabled way back in 2015, and it's been on the public record for quite a long time. It's been debated for quite a long time. It had, what I would say is a difficult process through that other place, the Senate chamber, with several senators expressing deep concern over, again, the technical aspect of the bill, its interaction with provincial laws and federal jurisdiction over the criminal code. And that's where I'm going to express some of my concerns as well over that particular area. Again, the provinces are responsible for passing animal welfare laws, and we have in this chamber, like on the bestiality bill that the parliamentary secretary for the Minister of Justice mentioned before, have pronounced ourselves on matters affecting what I would also think is an area of perhaps at least partial provincial jurisdiction. I don't think there's anything wrong in going about the road of the criminal code, but in this case particularly, the member for North Okanagan-Shuswap did mention that it could potentially criminalize individuals that the law did not intend to criminalize their activities in the booking of travel vacations, in the booking of some service provision in tourism. I don't think that was the intent of the law, but I have seen before, like I've mentioned in this House on C-55, regulations passed by officials, so written by officials, confirmed through the gazetting process that the Government of Canada has. The intention is lost typically. Nice words are shared by officials about the intent of a bill when the members of Parliament and senators express their will by passing a piece of legislation, but then the actual execution is not there. And sometimes this debate amongst officials lasts well over a decade, 2 or 3 decades, quibbling over exactly what the law permits you to do and to whom it can apply. And that's, I think, the concerns expressed by the member for North Okanagan-Shuswap on our side, which is the lens with which the criminal code will be applied may be broadened by officials in the departments at a later point, far beyond the lifespan of any member here, on our elected lifespan at least. I wish all members good health, but I think that there's a concern there about that mission creep, about going after individuals, or perhaps the application of the law being on individuals that we did not intend it to be upon. And that's why there were many amendments moved at committee by the opposition side to try and improve and clarify this particular piece of legislation. Of course, not to obstruct it, but attempting to amend a piece of legislation is never about obstruction. It is about an improvement to the bill, especially when the intent is there, but the technical aspect, the delivery of the bill and its execution, is perhaps lacking. So to those scientists that I wanted to mention, and this is from comments made by the member for Caribou, Prince George, and it's recounting an email from Dr. Laura Graham, a professor at the University of Guelph. So I'm just going to read the quote so I can perhaps express some of my thoughts on the scientist's view on the impact this bill would have. So her specialty is endocrinology and reproductive physiology of wildlife species, including looking at factors that can impact the welfare of wildlife species managed by humans, and using science to solve some of the challenges that wildlife managers face as they work towards optimizing the welfare of animals in their care, and then having that information thereafter be used just in general practices of the Crown when it's managing wildlife populations on behalf of Canadians. So I'm going to read a direct quote from that correspondence that the member for Caribou Prince George read, so I can remind the Chamber of what was said. As an expert in endangered species physiology, I can tell you that this bill is short-sighted and will do irreparable harm to critical research on the marine mammals listed under SARA. This is the Species at Risk Act, including the Salish orca. Over 90% of what we know about marine mammal biology is based on research done on individuals under human care, and we need these captive animals to develop research techniques that can be applied to free-ranging animals. The discussion goes on from there, and the quotations given by this particular specialist, I think, are really important to keep in mind. Like I've said, like many members have said, that perhaps the economic operations of the aquariums and those operations that save marine mammals and then perhaps keep them temporarily in captivity so they can nurse them back to health, typically, they have some research component to it. So it's never a pure economic operation. And again, it could be wrong in the case of marine land, which seems to be the best example being used. I am a member from Calgary after all, so I don't head out to Toronto too often. But I think on this particular piece of legislation, I think the intent is there, but the execution is lacking. And as that I read from the scientists there, I think there'll be harm done on the research side of things that we were not able to fix at committee, and those the 8 months, 17 committee meetings were not able to reach that mechanics fixing in the bill. And that's why I will be voting against this piece of legislation, just as I've been telling my constituents I have been. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm imploring all members to look at that fact and to vote against this particular law.
Well done.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
This House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. And I wish all the mothers a very happy Mother's Day this weekend. Don't forget to spoil your wives.
Have a good night.